Committee, piece of housekeeping. We've been invited by the Wyoming Association for Career and Technical Education to, once we're over here, and they say 5:30 to 7:30, to go to for reception at the Pathway Innovation Center. I expect a number of you have heard about that. I think it'd be worth your time to go up there and see that. There's a map been passed out as to how to get there. It's pretty simple from down here. You go over, come up Outer Drive, and about 2/3 of the way between Highway 220 and where the road turns around to run parallel to the mountain. You'll see this school off on the left-hand side, and that's where you're going. So that is this evening, and they would appreciate showing the committee that facility and talking to the committee. So, and we'll make a further announcement later on it. The next thing we're going to do is take public testimony, and we have a special request from an active teacher in Fremont County that's got a class schedule to worry about. So and she wants to testify remotely. So LSO, if you could let her in.
Ms. Day, I understand that you're providing testimony. However, you're still muted.
Can you hear me now? Okay, Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you so much for agreeing to hear from me. My name is Amy Day, and I come to you as a veteran first grade teacher of 24 years. I have received both my bachelor's and master's degrees from the University of Wyoming, and I'm also the parent of a dyslexic child. My now 6th grade daughter was diagnosed with a speech and language disability as a toddler, and later a specific learning disability in reading and writing when she was in 1st grade. Watching her struggle, fail, and persevere has changed everything that I have done in education. It's changed what I do for all of my students. I had always thought that I was a good teacher. I felt like I gave my students what they needed, but I didn't know what I didn't know. Now that I know better, I have a tremendous amount of guilt about the struggling students who I failed to instruct the way that they needed. Once I learned more, I was able to improve my instruction and intervene sooner for my current struggling students. All teachers deserve to have access to quality professional development so that they know how to screen students for reading difficulties, such as dyslexia, so that they can identify struggling readers and provide appropriate interventions based upon the science of reading. This process is imperative so that all of our children can learn to read. We need to make Wyoming a leader in education and in this dyslexia legislation. So the reason that I know screening and improved professional development are imperative is in the past, I would give the screeners. I used the district and state implemented curricula. I used the education and information from UW, but I can tell you, I truly was incompetent. I thought my kids' scores looked good. My proficiency levels stayed the same over the year. They might grow a little bit, but I was unable to reach my struggling readers. I didn't understand what it took for kids to become strong readers. I didn't know what the screening results meant. I gave them, I glanced at them, but I usually didn't change my instruction. I didn't know what to do until I attended some incredible professional development opportunities that should be available for everyone. So after watching my own child struggle, I realized I had to learn more, not just for my daughter, but for every student. Over the past 6 years, our school district has allowed a group of teachers and specialists to attend professional development that included coursework and supervised practicums from the Academy of Orton-Gillingham. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with Orton-Gillingham or OG, but it's an approach that's used for struggling readers and students with dyslexia. It's based on core principles of explicit, systematic, and cumulative instruction that address specific skill deficits and provide support in those skills until they are mastered. OG is not a program. There are many programs, however, that are based on OG or claim to be OG. This can make things kind of confusing, but as someone with extensive training in that approach, I can tell you it works if the teacher is highly trained and the interventions are implemented with fidelity. Some of us are now certified as dyslexia interventionists through the Center of Effective Reading and Instruction, which is an affiliate with the International Dyslexia Association. So Orton Gillingham training isn't the only professional development that I was able to attend to help me improve my instruction. Some of us were also able to attend Haskins Institute, the course, The Literacy Brain, linking researchers and practitioners to understand the latest in neuroimaging, advancements in the understanding of reading disabilities such as dyslexia. And we also came to a deep understanding of reading and language acquisition, We learned from some of the greatest national experts who study dyslexia and other reading and learning disabilities. But first and foremost, all of this professional development has changed many things for my own child. I am lucky to teach in a school with an amazing team that has worked very hard to help her overcome many of her challenges. Her dyslexia tutor chose my daughter for her OG practicums, and I cannot believe the change in her reading and truly in her life. Most children are not as fortunate as my daughter, but they all deserve the same opportunities to learn. Parents should not have to beg schools for help. They shouldn't have to search for tutors. They shouldn't have to pay thousands of dollars to help their child when there are many ways that we can bring these same interventions and instructional practices into our classrooms in our public schools. As a teacher attending and participating in all of these opportunities, it's changed my instruction and interaction with every one of my students. I began to understand how all students learn to read, how they apply the code of our language to read and spell, and I learned that I could build strong readers with amazing comprehension skills. When I employed the principles of structured literacy, I used what I learned to teach all of my students, not just my struggling readers. The results were amazing. My proficient and advanced readers were able to access more complex text earlier, and my struggling students are making amazing progress. This has also helped me have data-driven conversations with parents of struggling readers. I can tell them where the gaps in their children's learning is and what I am doing to help. You see, it's not about teaching phonics, and it's not about teaching whole language. It's about using an approach that explicitly teaches phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. We want all students to be strong readers who have wonderful comprehension skills and find enjoyment in reading. It's true, there are different ways to teach some skills. There's no debate about that fact, but there's also no debate about the fact that we have to identify specific skill gaps. We have to fill them to mastery as soon as possible, which is where our screeners come in. It's not enough just to screen our kids. Teachers need to know and understand the indicators of reading difficulties such as dyslexia so that they can plan and implement appropriate interventions. All teachers need knowledge and professional development around language acquisition, indicators of reading deficits and difficulties, screeners, and using data from these screeners to guide instruction. This knowledge should begin while we're pre-service teachers, so that when we're completing our degrees, we go into the classroom better equipped to teach. So if a child is unable to read, they are unable to access any of our academic curricula. When they struggle to read, we see an increase in behavior issues and ultimately in incarceration rates. These are our kids. They're our future. We have to do our best for them. We need to teach them how to be successful, strong readers. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. It looks like we're okay now.
We'll go to in-person testimony. Next, anybody? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Jensen, and I live here in Casper. My husband, Jared, and I have 4 children. Jocelyn is 16 at Kelly Walsh. Elizabeth is 15 at Kelly Walsh, and they are both on the honor roll there. Thomas is 10 and Nora is 9, and they're both 4th graders here at Summit Elementary. And today I'm going to focus my remarks on my son, Thomas, just to give you some context here. I don't know if I can show the camera. I'm going to focus on Thomas and his experience in learning to read. You see, he is dyslexic. To put it plainly, he desperately struggles to read. I will never say that the many teachers that taught him didn't do their best. In all his years attending school, each team loved him and supported him in the absolute best that they could. But their efforts seemed to be in vain because nothing was working. Nothing was sticking. Nothing was clicking. After years of struggling to read, weeks of summer school between grades, private tutors after school, eye doctor visits, a prescription for vision therapy, attention deficit medication, countless hours before, during, and after school of intense special education services administered by highly qualified educators. After guidance from teachers to read every night and practice looking at the picture, asking if the words sound right. After years of immersing Thomas in stacks and stacks of books, after literal thousands of dollars spent on this online reading program and that home-based reading program, even after brain integration therapy and countless questions that led to even more questions. After all of this and still not being able to read, we found instruction that works. Last year, during the summer before 3rd grade, we connected with a tutor that could work with Thomas twice a week after school for about an hour each session, giving him a different kind of reading instruction. It is explicit instruction, breaking down every component of reading into foundational concepts, starting at the most basic of letter sounds, leaving nothing left to question, literally nothing implied. It is systematic instruction, following a sequence that lays a strong foundation of literacy skills, identifying weaknesses and filling in gaps, reviewing and repeating and building upon mastered concepts, however long that may take. It is multisensory instruction, approaching concepts in ways that engage the body's senses, building and strengthening neural pathways, helping the information process faster and more effortless, supporting faster and more accurate knowledge retrieval. It's instruction given with fidelity. We didn't miss lessons. We didn't skip holidays and school breaks. We keep circling back and repeating as much as is necessary. This instruction is structured literacy. This instruction is Orton Gillingham. This is a method. It is not an open and go program. It is not a curriculum. It is a way of teaching that gives teachers the ability to continually assess for gaps and weaknesses and gives students the tools and strategies to attack and decode words. Teaching with exactness the rules and patterns and their exceptions of the English language, never to guess, never to look at the pictures, never to wonder if it sounds right, always breaking down and attacking the text. Let's circle back to my son. Starting at 3 years old, he spent 2 years in pre-K at the Sweetwater County Child Developmental Center in Rock Springs. This is where he qualified for his first IEP. He struggled to identify letters in kindergarten. He couldn't keep up with his classmates in 1st grade. He read approximately 7 to 10 correct words per minute in 2nd grade. After much deliberation and consideration, we decided to give him what we thought was the gift of time and retain him. So he repeated 2nd grade At the end of his second grade year, and after much intervention, as much as intervention as we possibly could give him, he continued to barely read CVC words like cat, mug, van. He could barely tackle words with digraphs like shed or thud. He couldn't do it with any level of confidence or consistency. We began Orton Gillingham instruction in September of last year. And I'm now going just to distribute a snapshot of his progress. Now, this is literally 1 year ago. Thank you for your help at distributing this. This is raw data at its finest. As you look at this page, this is a picture of the assessment of progress. I want to draw your attention to his pre-test scores, and that's the first column. And that was given in September of last year. So after 6 years of receiving tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 instruction in classrooms, small groups, and one-on-one settings, all led by highly qualified teachers and interventionists, he could not read half of the CVC words assessed. He could only read 7% of the closed syllable words with consonant blends. 7%. The subsequent concepts were not even attempted. Moving on to the next column, you'll see that in January, after only 4 months of twice weekly lessons, he was at mastery level of those 2 pre-tested concepts. Moving over to the final column and 4 more months, Thomas was at a mastery level in multiple foundational reading concepts. 3 concepts scoring at 100% in April of his 3rd grade year. This is a reflection of Orton Gillingham instruction, of structured literacy. One Orton Gillingham certified instructor did it in less than 1 year what 7 highly educated teaching and intervention teams over 6 years could not do. After these 8 months of explicit, systematic, multisensory instruction, Thomas was on the runway to reading. I realized that all those previous years, especially that repeated 2nd grade year, were full of the best intentions, the best efforts, but ineffective instruction. I realized that longer and louder and more of the same wasn't necessarily better. Now, I sit here today not to demean or to put down the efforts of Thomas's teachers. They have all played an extremely valuable role in our journey as we navigate dyslexia. I sit here to bear testimony to evidence-based, scientifically proven effective instruction. I stand here not to point fingers at problems and place blame. I will be the first to admit that during those years, I didn't know what I didn't know, and I still have so much to learn. I sit here ready to link arms with this legislative body to bring forth policies that will strengthen our children's educators so that they can see these wins, so that they can witness these victories in literacy. They deserve it. Our teachers deserve to have the tools and knowledge to effectively screen for dyslexia and to intervene appropriately and immediately with evidence-based instruction. Now, I'm not one to hold any grudges or to look back on Thomas's journey with regret, but sometimes I wonder if there would have been different outcomes if he had been screened for dyslexia earlier. I wonder what Thomas's life would be like if his teachers knew about this evidence-based instruction. Watching him progress in his ability to read makes me wonder how our YTOP scores would change, how our NAPE scores would be affected, and how they would shift if all of our struggling readers received this instruction. Sometimes I wonder, but I don't dwell too long on the what ifs. I'd like to focus on the what now. I aim to look forward and advocate for solutions because I know that Thomas isn't alone. I know that there are many that there are many children just like him in every single classroom in Wyoming, struggling, drowning, desperate to read. I will close with this passage that I came across that solidified my commitment to being a part of the solution to what I would call the literacy crisis in these children's lives. It's a quote by Desmond Tutu that says, There comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. I'd like to conclude my testimony today by expressing my most sincere gratitude for the many teachers, teachers' aides, administrators, therapists, and interventionists who have spent their time and continue to spend their best efforts on behalf of my son and his peers. Likewise, I'd like to publicly thank Amy Day for working tirelessly and passionately to tutor Thomas. Your collective efforts in throwing out the life preserver to save our struggling readers from drowning in literacy will literally save lives and will never go unnoticed by me. I'm so grateful to be able to link arms with you as I am currently working towards my bachelor's degree in elementary education at the University of Wyoming at Casper. Lastly, I'd like to thank this body before me, for your consideration in early screening for dyslexia in Wyoming schools. It is through these screenings that we as educators and future educators can walk upstream and keep our struggling readers from falling in. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions or comments, I'd love to address those. Sorry.
Let me ask one. Sitting here, seeing what are the lessons we should learn from what you've just told us? And what I'm throwing out, and I'm wanting people to correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me that the lesson is not so much that does this one particular system work well for your son. I don't know whether it would work well for everybody else or not. It seems to me the real lesson is you get one of these kids that is struggling this way, we don't give up. We try something, and if that doesn't work, we try something else, and we just don't give up. Is that a fair statement, or am I missing something here?
I appreciate that sentiment, Mr. Chair. That is absolutely the lesson that educators and parents and students can take away. One, I like to think in terms of action steps. That is my nature. I don't complain. I just strive to contribute to the solution. And it is my belief that the greatest solution is appropriate teacher preparation. That is where the children are in the trenches. They meet with those teachers, they meet with those interventionists. I believe that education and professional development is the greatest contributor to this solution.
Okay. And the point of that, see if I'm getting this right or not, the point of that is so the teachers know what various solutions are available and know that there are things that can be done, and see that they're deployed in the most appropriate way they can find out. But then you got to come back if the first try doesn't work.
Absolutely.
Try
I think,
something else.
Mr. Chair, I think the teacher preparation really solves the issues in the battlefield, if you will, in the classrooms where we can effectively, like what was mentioned before, we can educate appropriately and lighten the burden on tier 2 instruction. So we're not overloading those interventionists that we're struggling so hard to fund and find. When we can address students at their desks in their classrooms, knowing those gaps that they have, that will free up so many resources and accelerate progress for these struggling readers.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Your passion is incredible and reverberated throughout the room, because sitting behind you, I watched 2 other mothers of dyslexic children breaking down and crying as well. So you have good company supporting you along the way. My question directly is this. You've mentioned that professional development, having the teachers there, but at the beginning of your speech, you mentioned if we would have caught him early. And so the bill that we're about ready to look at really dives deep into the, not diagnostics, but just recognizing that we have kids that are just not getting there. Do you value the teachers having more of the tools up front to know what they're looking for? Or is it more of the screening and having that education up front? Because it sounds to me like you guys were struggling just as much as the teacher was about what was really going on. So I guess my question, let me rephrase that question a little more directly. What is the most valuable piece to you? Because I heard it twice in two different forms. Is it the early detection and catching the detection, or is it the teacher preparation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Brown. I believe that it's multifaceted. And I think those two, the screening coupled with teacher preparation, is the sweet spot. All right. We have many assessments, but like Ms. Day said earlier, she didn't know what to do with the information. All right. So we need appropriate screening. We need continuity across the state so that we can be able to interpret that data and teach appropriately. So to answer your question, I don't value one over the other. I believe each has its role. I'm going to do my part to train up as best as I can, to choose the professional development that I believe will support my students in the future, hopefully near future. But this body and the Department of Education can help us determine which screenings are appropriate to gather the information that we need to see where the gaps are. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Certainly, Scott Stoltz, Superintendent of Schools, Sheridan District 2 in Sheridan. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you regarding early literacy, specifically K-3 early literacy. The first thing I want to do is thank you as legislators for your continued support of education, providing us the opportunity to truly provide a quality education for our students. That's our focus, that's our goal, and we thank you for providing that support through legislation and through the financial support that you've given us. So for that, we thank you. I also want to applaud you for the accountability and the focus on accountability. And I know specifically looking at third grade YTOP scores, which is in statute, 85% of our students is the goal that they should be proficient based on YTOP assessment scores. So when we look at data, certainly data drives what we do. And to put it in perspective in District 2, and I'm not saying we do everything right because we don't. What we do is reflect on what we do and refine what we do to continue to ensure the learning of all students. We have about 30% of our students in our district are free and reduced. So the notion that only the rich kids go to Sheridan, quite honestly, isn't true. 30% of our kids are free and reduced. We had on the last YTOP scores, 72.5% of our students were proficient on YTOP. Third grade, that's not enough. That's not every student. That means that we've got 27% of our students approximately that are not proficient. Our goal is for 100% of our kids to be proficient. That's our absolute goal, but we know that probably is not attainable, but we're always going to continue to strive to meet the needs of our learners. So with that being said, and looking at the current legislation, which simply states that the Wyoming Department of Education is going to provide 3 assessments and interventions that the districts get to choose from as far as determining what will be used. Our concern is this, is that when you're looking at high performing districts across the state, we're one of those, we're not the only one. How much conversation has been had with those districts that are doing it well and have done it well with a sustained amount of time? What we would say is that there is not one program, there is not one size that fits all, there is not a magic bullet that is going to get 100% of our kids proficient in reading. It's not going to happen. Rather, it's looking at systems. We're looking at professional development. We're looking at training. We're looking at resources. And we're looking at leadership that's going to provide a focus on the right work. You can talk about the amount of time that's spent in literacy. You can talk about the amount of effort and amount of people that are focused on literacy throughout the state. But the reality is it focused on the right things? Is it focused on the right work? We continue to refine, as I said earlier, to continue to meet our goal of trying to ensure that every student is successful. We don't put labels on kids. We have plenty of our students that are on IEPs, that are on ILPs, that specifically have concerns with dyslexia or some type of learning disability. Rather, what our focus is on is meeting the needs of students where they are. In many cases, a label provides an excuse as to why a student can't learn. Rather, it's what can we do to help a student learn? Our job is to meet every learner where they are. And we feel like those things that we have put in place helps to identify what their learning needs are and to meet their specific needs where they are. And that's a myriad of different systems to help meet and make that happen. So in regards to how do we improve this, I guess I would reach out and say, what's a solution? What's a possible way to help provide keen insight? I would invite you. I would invite anyone to come to those districts where success has been sustained over time. And if we're using YTOP, and I understand that's only one measure of success, yet that's the one that's in current legislation. Go to those schools, visit those schools, look at the great things that those schools are doing. There's a common theme, I can assure you, that's found throughout. It may not be the same system, but there's some common themes within that. Come visit our schools, visit with our teachers, talk to our principals about the things that they are consistently doing over time to make that better. One of the things that we use is balanced literacy. We also understand that that pendulum can swing, but when pendulums swing, whether it's far right to the science or far left to balanced literacy, that's not a good thing either. We're asking for balance to the point of phonics. And we know that balanced literacy sometimes is negligent in the fact of focusing on phonics. As a result, this summer, we provided professional training for all of our teachers in the area of phonics. So as a result, we are adding phonics to our focus of what we're providing our early literacy students so that they're also getting an approach in the phonics area. Again, knowing that not all one size fits all, we're looking at the data to say, how can we refine and make better what we're currently doing? That's one change that we've currently made. So I would certainly ask that visit with those districts that are doing it well. We feel like you can't quantify it into 3 specific interventions or assessments, and that districts get to choose what that is, especially those districts that are finding success. It's working. Find out what it is that's working and allow those as opportunities to continue to do the things that we're doing to help find success for all students. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Christy Gariffa. Christy is currently the principal at Sagebrush. She was a former teacher of multiple grade levels. She's a highly trained literacy coordinator and currently is the principal at Sagebrush. Just to put it in context, our elementary schools are K-5. Her specific school is a Title I school, and I know we've talked about Title I schools today, this morning. Her particular school is school-wide, meaning that over 50% of her students are free and reduced. Specifically putting it in the context of YTOP, this last year, 77% of her 3rd grade students were proficient or advanced. 93% of her 5th grade students were proficient or advanced on YTOP reading. So at this point, I would like to turn it over to Christy Gariffa to share some insights as well.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, yeah, just before we move on, I want to be clear, I don't want to be misperceived as saying we're getting away from whole word literacy and now it's just phonics. Like my, impression is why not more tools in the tool belt? So, to the extent that there's that misperception out there, and I don't know if you're hearing something different, but I just wanted to make clear that I don't think that's the goal of this committee, at least from what I've heard from my colleagues, that we are creating these pendulum swings because we recognize how traumatic that is for teachers and kids. So if I just wanted to make that clear, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, just to that point, I did not want to insinuate that. I did want to make the point that when we're looking at systems and when you reflect and refine and you look at what you're currently doing, if there's things you can do differently or better that's going to help increase the success of our students, one of those areas we felt where we were deficient in was providing specific support and resources in the area of phonics. So that's why I inserted that into the specific testimony today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, I think the most important piece that Scott shared with you regarding myself today was that I'm in the trenches of teaching and learning every day. And I'm honored to hold the responsibility of being part of educating the next generation alongside our dedicated teachers who serve Wyoming's children. And to begin, like Scott, I wanted to thank you for your immense dedication to ensuring students in Wyoming learn at high levels. Each of us hold a moral obligation to ensure our students are equipped to handle the future. Our children deserve the best, and your willingness to listen, learn, and determine how we can best serve our students is commendable. So thank you. And along with you, I'm committed to ensuring our students become exemplary readers and writers. And together we hold an unwavering commitment to challenge our own beliefs and continue to learn how to reach even the most reluctant readers. While I'm here to share more about the approach of Sheridan 2, a top performing district in Wyoming, and why we should take deep consideration regarding the proposed legislation involving K-3 assessment and intervention. But before I tell you more about Sheridan 2, I'd like to start with a brief story. For privacy's sake, I'll call the child Chloe. She came to Sheridan 2 as an early first grader. She had control of very few letters and very few sounds, and already claimed that she wasn't a good reader and couldn't write. She came to us identified as learning disabled with very little drive to learn. And after all, she had been told learning was hard for her. Fast forward to just a year later and the beginning of second grade, and the same child walked into school with her shiny new school shoes in her backpack, as many of them did last week. And the first thing she shared with me is that she can read lots of stuff now, and she couldn't wait for the next book we had for her. So I share this because it's students like Chloe that remind me how important the work we do every single day is. And rather than choosing to label Chloe, we chose to teach her how to read, no matter what it took. And I'd like to share more about how our team at Sheridan 2 reaches students just like her. As you're aware, the students from Sheridan 2 are high performing, not occasionally, but consistently. And how we achieve those high levels of student learning and continue to reach even readers who struggle is not by chance, but in fact by design. Our philosophy focuses on does not focus on programs or purchasing the next shiny ball that aims to meet the needs of the typical learner, because we know that most learners are not typical. However, in contrast, we focus on developing teachers who can provide immediate and targeted intervention as soon as the need is identified, using ongoing formative assessments systematically, not by chance, and definitely not waiting till the end of the year, or even worse, the end of third grade to notice their needs. It isn't a secret, as we've heard today, that high quality teachers who are able to be responsive based on student need make an immense difference for our learners. In addition, we teach readers to integrate multiple sources of information as they read, including phonics and decoding strategies. And just as when you and I read, comprehension and understanding is our priority. After all, decoding quickly serves no purpose if the child is not able to understand what they read. Undoubtedly, as any instructional team does, we do experience students who struggle. However, our philosophy does not include labeling students who struggle, but rather teaching them to learn to read and write. After all, labeling a student has never helped them learn to read. However, highly trained, data-driven, and responsive teachers do make the difference, not programs. As Scott shared, at Sheridan 2, do we have more to learn? Absolutely. And as you stated, when we started today, we're making a good system better. So thank you for your dedication to that. And we're committed to being continuous learners that will not stop learning until 100% of our students are proficient readers and writers. At Sagebrush, we do see a positive correlation in regards to our Title I funding. With high levels of poverty, we do have significantly more children who enter school with limited learning experiences than our 2 schools within our district that do not receive those Title I funds. Our Title I funding allows us to provide additional intervention necessary to meet these students' needs in the classroom, typically eliminating the need for an IEP or individualized instruction through special education. After all, lack of instruction or poor instruction should not be identified as a disability. Along with this, Title I funds allow us to provide additional training for our teachers to become increasingly more capable to meet specific needs of our students. Again, we certainly appreciate this committee's focus on fostering excellence. And as a parent of 3 children myself, I understand the urgency around quality education and learning for our next generation. As your partner, we propose we evaluate and learn from what is working in Wyoming and learn from the work of districts who are reaching even these most struggling learners. So like you requested, we can learn from each other and improve the systems in every district in Wyoming. This would give us the opportunity to also learn from other high-performing districts. We agree that every Wyoming child deserves to learn to read and write. And further, our success is measured by not simple promises or using programs that claim to meet these struggling learners, but it's our priority to develop teachers and philosophies within schools that will stop at nothing until every single child has the opportunity to become a reader and a writer by 3rd grade. If we limit districts to 3 choices of intervention or assessment, we may very likely mandate drastic change among some of our highest performing schools and districts. My biggest request is that you take the time to visit schools like ours and teachers who display long-term systemic impact on every student. Please consider this an open invitation to Sheridan 2 as well as Sagebrush, and talk to our teachers and parents about the impact we have on our students. Thank you for your time and consideration today. And I'm honored to be part of an education system that will not only hope, but ensure the success for students like Chloe by honoring the systemic and intentional practices that have shown a longitudinal impact. We look forward to having you in our schools and talking with our effective teachers to help understand some more of our practices. Are there any questions?
Thank you. I have a question for Superintendent Schultz. As we look at this legislation, we have left out a dollar amount for how this additional professional development would be funded. I'm guessing that you've written tons and tons of budgets and put professional development dollars in those line items. And what do you imagine is an appropriate number for your school district or overall to fund the additional professional development that we're looking at putting in?
Mr. Chair, Representative Newsom, to give you a quantifiable number, I probably couldn't do that. I would say with the Title II-A money that we are provided, we are able to provide the quality professional development that is necessary for our school district. So within that Title II-A money, we have a substantial amount of money that we can meet the needs of our teachers and our students through that professional development opportunity and also through the block grant. So I can certainly work on providing a number that and give you a specific number that we have that we use. If that would be helpful, I would be more than happy to provide that dollar amount for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Superintendent Stoltz. I appreciate you guys coming down and giving us some good information today. And thank you for being in the trenches. My question to you is you spouted a couple of statistics about Title I and stuff like that. My biggest question to you is, do you know offhand what your percentage of students identified with reading disabilities is for your district?
So when we talk about specific reading disabilities, Mr. Chair, Representative Brown, specific to that, I guess, are we talking about students that are on an IEP? Is that the percentage that you're asking?
Mr. Chairman, it would be anything that you would have. It seems to me, let me maybe rephrase my question to you. It seems like you have some fear and some trepidation about 3 potential screeners.
Yes.
And my guess is you guys probably use 1 or 2 or 3 screeners yourselves. And the sense to me that I'm understanding from this side of the dais is that you're scared of maybe one of those that you're using is not included with what the state decides to come out from through rules and regulations. But I'm curious what you guys are identifying, how you guys are identifying your population of either on IEPs or, as we talked about, the IRPs, because you don't have to be on an IEP to have an IRP. But if we're going to sit there and we're going to discuss this, I mean, I just pulled your guys' statistics up here from White Top, and you guys are certainly at the top. I'd just like to know what it is that you guys are using and why the trepidation. What makes you guys think that the Department of Education wouldn't come running to you guys saying, what are you guys doing and what can we do to take what you're doing and move it throughout the state?
Yeah, great question, Representative Brown. Specific to that point, we're not fearful. Specific to WDE coming and visiting our school district, Certainly Shelley Hamill has been to our district. We would certainly welcome more visits to our district to specifically ask questions as to why we do what we do. Are we concerned that we're going to be pigeonholed, if you will, to 3 specific assessments or interventions that are going to be prescribed by the Wyoming Department of Education, and that one of those 3 are not one of the 3 that we use? Yes, I am very concerned about that, because I feel like what we use works. Can we be better? Absolutely, we can. But at the same time, what I don't want to have happen is for one of those that we use to not be on the list. And if it's not on the list, then we can't use it. So what we're saying is that those districts that are successful, and certainly I think we're one example of that, is told, now you need to change what you do, because we're now telling you what you have to do. Even though you've had sustained success, we're telling you have to change because what you're doing doesn't meet what the expectations are. So yes, that's very concerning for us. Now, specific to the assessments or that we use to identify some of our struggling readers, I will share that microphone with Principal Gariffa.
Sure. We utilize a multitude of assessments. One screener that we do use kindergarten through 5th grade is the Fountas and Pinnell Benchmark Assessment, which provides us with a plethora of data, including text reading level, including comprehension successes and comprehension areas of growth for our students. And it also allows us to dig deeply into the processing of our readers so that we can identify specific needs and provide intervention based on those. In addition to that, we also use building level and district level common formative assessments that we're able to respond to our students' needs quickly and immediately to provide specific intervention.
I appreciate that. Can you, this isn't actually my follow-up. Can you mention the screener that you're using again?
Sure. Fountas and Pinnell's benchmark assessment. The DRA was mentioned earlier. They're similar.
Okay. So my question to you, and more specifically to you, Superintendent Stoltz, I guess I'm trying to think of how to phrase this, but if we've got something that's working and you guys have got proven success here by YTOP, I don't know how you could argue with those scores. If they came to you, if WDE said, hey, we're coming to you, and one of those screeners that they have chosen out of those 3 is not there, don't you think that we would hear about that and that we would have an understanding of what's going on and there would be some discussions happening further on than that? I mean, to me, it just seems unlikely that they would come to the highest performing district and look at you guys and say, we understand what you're doing, but you're not going to do that anymore. Thou shalt. Maybe it could. I don't know. We've got 48 school districts doing their own things, but one of the biggest things that I've seen, and I've seen well over 100 emails in the past 90 days since our last legislative meeting, was we need something uniform across this state. And so for uniformity's sake, we've drafted a bill that said, we don't want to dictate one. We need to have a few. So we've tried to give that. If we don't go to 3, do you need 5? If you don't have 5, do you need 7? But we've got to have some level of uniformity because we're leaving kids behind. We just have powerful testimony here. So what do we need? What's the magic number to make you guys happy?
Mr. Chair, Representative Brown, I'm not sure there's a quantifiable number as far as what does that look like. I've been in conversation with multiple superintendents across the state, from those, if we're deeming that YTOP is the measure of success, that are also successful school districts. They are also using different screening tools than we are. So is that 5? Is it 7? Is it a specific clearinghouse where those successful districts are providing a list of those interventions or screening tools that are working for them, and those are then vetted through the Department of Education to determine if in fact they make the list or not? I think that's part of a conversation with the Wyoming Department of Education. And to your question, would in fact WDE choose not to use one of those that we are currently using as a screening tool? I believe that they would have a conversation with us, and of course with the transparency with the Joint Education Committee as far as which specific screening tools successful districts are using, and as a result, to help justify why those specific screening instruments, assessments, interventions are placed on this list for districts to use. And I certainly understand and appreciative of the Joint Education Committee to quantify specific ones that are working. I think there's hundreds, if not thousands, of different systems or screening tools or interventions or assessments that are out there. But at the same time, are they the right ones? Are they focused on the right work? And do you have success that is providing you enough evidence to say, these are working in our school districts? These are working for our kids. It's not just something we dust off the shelf or we choose to have an initiative that's new and different next year and it's new and different the following year because we're changing systems faster than we can keep ahead of them. So I applaud the opportunity to quantify these so that these are ones that are well vetted, that are definitely ones that we have found and we've seen sustained success with.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So a couple of questions. One is, why don't we go out and, bring you all to the table, right? Well, that's a two-way street. This has been known to be a topic since the last session. So if you wanted to be on the agenda in any way, I think you probably could have approached the chairs. So maybe think about that in the future for other topics. And then as I read this bill, I don't see anywhere where we are dictating the intervention. It only talks about the assessment piece. And so during your testimony, you said that we're dictating intervention, and I don't see that. We are wanting to establish required professional development, but we don't give any details of what that's going to be. That would be left to rulemaking. And then the assessment piece is 3 instruments. So so how do you determine if all assessments are adequate? Or let's put it this way. If a district's not using the right assessment, how would we know? So, there's a way to do it. We can look at outcomes, right? So we have a law that says 85% should be at grade level, right? Are you there at 85%? Is that the threshold we should use? Should we use 70%? Should we use 50? Should we use some threshold to say, no, obviously the instrument you're using is adequate because you're at a certain level? How do we narrow the field if in fact it's true? I don't even know if it's true. Or we got 20 some different assessments out there or screeners. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense that we're going to have any kind of consistency among districts and be able to understand as a state where you're headed with outcomes. So tell me how we get a handle on it.
Mr. Chair, Representative Summers, specific to a correlation between assessments and if we're saying that YTOP is in fact what we're choosing to use as our measure of success. We understand that's one assessment, but at this point, that's what's driven in statute, is that 85%, that's the goal. 85% of our students will be proficient on YTOP at the end of their 3rd grade year. So what we have done, and when we look at, as Christy talked about, common formative assessments, initially at one time we used the MAP assessment. The MAP assessment provided us some specific information regarding where some of the areas of deficiency were, let's say specifically in the area of reading. What we saw that there was a major imbalance in regards to the success that students were achieving on MAP versus those that they were achieving on YTOP. We got a false sense of hope in that we had approximately 90% of our students or 95% of our students that were proficient on the MAP reading assessment, only to think that that was going to be directly correlated to how our kids did on the YTOP. Sadly, we were mistaken. Our kids didn't get close to that. So as a result, we had false hope in an assessment that did not meet or match what we felt was necessary to determine what our kids needed to know and be able to do. So as a result, we don't use MAP because we feel like it provides us not enough information because the definition of an assessment for us is it drives our instruction. It tells us where our areas of deficiency are for our specific students and what we need to do as teachers to meet the needs of every one of our students. So our common formative assessments continue to change every year as we correlate those to the YTOP assessment. As we know, YTOP is directly associated with the Wyoming Performance Standards, what we expect all kids to know and be able to do. That's the same thing with our common formative assessment, written by teachers, as Christy shared, aligned specifically to the Wyoming Performance Standards. We have had to increase the rigor Because again, if we have 100% of our kids proficient on our common formative assessments, but yet at the same time, they're only performing at the 72% level in third grade YTOP, something's not right. We need to increase our rigor. We need to increase a different focus on areas where these kids are falling out in YTOP. So we use YTOP again, we analyze, we cross-analyze, we disaggregate all that data to then align that to our common performance assessments so that they are aligned. So that's how we determine if assessment is in fact working. Is it determining what we're expecting our kids to know? So that, as Christy shared earlier, we're intervening immediately. We're not waiting until the spring to guess what our kids did on the YTOP assessment. We should know because we've intervened all year based on how these kids have performed on the performance standards through our common formative assessments. Are we over testing? Absolutely not. We progress monitor our kids throughout the year and we immediately intervene. We can't wait until it's after. You've heard the analogy of the autopsy versus the checkup. That's what we're doing. We're constantly checking up on our kids and we're intervening when necessary. Hopefully that helped address your question, Representative Summers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of different questions. Well, first, congratulations on that 75% and being kind of at the top of the state. And so I've got my first question is, do you have any district supported pre-K in Sheridan too that could help? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Representative Connolly, we don't have a pre-K program. We have what's called classic kindergarten.
Yeah.
That's the term we've chosen to use. We've had that in place for approximately, I'm going to say 12 years, where this is an opportunity for kindergarten age students. So they must be age 5 based on statute. So it's not a pre-K, but it's kids that are actually eligible for kindergarten. We have 3 of those programs specifically in Sheridan. And it's for those students that are socially, emotionally, or academically not ready for the rigors of kindergarten. Our expectations at the end of kindergarten are kids are reading, they're writing, they're reading beyond pattern books. They are actually able to read and write and also do some basic math. Some of our kids are just not ready. They need truly the gift of time. But I would tell you, it's not a babysitting opportunity where kids get to nap and the kids get to sleep more and do those things. It's not that at all. It's the same kindergarten curriculum. It's slowed down a bit to provide an opportunity to help these kids find success so that when those kids then progress into kindergarten, the regular year, our data would tell you that they are at the top of their class as kindergartners, and that continues to progress. Certainly as they get older, they start falling more in the middle of the pack. But at the same time, I'd also say that some of these kids that aren't in classic or didn't have the opportunity for classic are then struggling learners as they progress through the grades. And then we know what that looks like as they progress through the system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple more, but just so I understand with that one. So these kids are basically in kindergarten for 2 years.
That is
what you just
correct.
said. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, thank you. My second question is, I noticed you were here earlier this morning and we had a presentation from the WDE, including kind of a discussion about a literacy grant from USET. Sheridan too isn't on the list of districts that have received money. I'm curious if you knew about that grant.
Mr. Chair, Representative Connolly, yes, we did know of that grant. That was a memo that did come through from WDE. It specifically was identified as those districts that were struggling in the area of literacy. So that's why we chose not to apply, even though I would say that we still have room to grow, but we did not feel that that was appropriate for us at that level to apply for a grant that was for struggling districts.
Okay, got that one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my last one is this whole discussion about your concern about the number of instruments for assessment, right? Admittedly, I had problems with the language in the bill as it now exists because I think it says up to 3. And so up to 3 could mean 1. All right. And I think we could easily take care of this with just some change of language in there, honestly. It could say with a clause, after consultation with the top performing districts, right? The superintendent shall whatever, do 2 to 3. Would you be happy with that?
Mr. Chair, Representative Connolly, I think yes, as long as we feel as our concern again goes back to the point, if it's specifically prescribed that you must use one of the 3, that's a concern. If in fact one of the three is not what we're using. And I would venture to guess that there are other successful districts in the state that would not fall in one of those three. So I think it begs conversation and continued dialogue. I know that Senator Scott made the point earlier this morning that this was not going to be voted on today, that there was going to be continued dialogue and discussion regarding this specific bill. Certainly, it's not our intent to kill this bill. Our intent is to specifically provide testimony as to why we feel like there could be and should be some change in the language based on being prescriptive into what assessments would be used specific to those that are being laid out within a bill. That would be our concern, that we would be told that this doesn't meet what you're currently doing. As a result, you need to change what you're doing. That's our ultimate concern.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I appreciate the superintendent and Sheridan too being here. I pulled up some of your assessment and information on your website. I'm looking at your golf scores and you guys are #1 across all districts in 2019. And I get where you're very proud of that. I think where I'm coming from is I serve on the Tribal Relations Committee. And so when I look at this list, who's at the bottom? Fremont 38, Fremont 14, Fremont 21. Of your 4A schools, Laramie one's at the bottom of the pack. And so I think that's my concern. I don't think anyone here is trying to mess up the good things that are happening in your district. So I guess what I'm asking is before our next meeting, can the superintendents of all these districts come together and identify which of those are working best for you and open that dialogue amongst your organization and provide us a list of, we've surveyed all the superintendents. Here are the top 5. Here are the top 3. And maybe inform us a little bit about what you like about that top screener, what you don't like about some of the other screeners, so we can maybe get a little bit more information on this. Because I applaud what you do, but when I see this, my heart sinks and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of us forgetting about what's happening in those schools. So please know this isn't, and it's not blaming them either, but we just can't keep ignoring this. So do you think it'd be possible for the superintendents to come together and give us a list of your top 5, top 10, and some explanation of which screeners you think work the best in Wyoming? Is that possible?
Mr. Chair, Senator Ellis, absolutely, that's possible. And I'm speaking for the rest of the superintendents, but I believe wholeheartedly that we're all in this together. It's all about all of our kids. They're all Wyoming kids. And it's our job to collectively, collaboratively work together to help all kids be successful. It's not just about District 2. It's not. It's about every district in the state, because we owe that to every student. And if we can help, we will. And I don't want to ever come off as we hold the Holy Grail, because we don't. We don't do the best in everything that we do. We don't. And I don't want to ever come off as arrogant or conceited that we know it all, because we absolutely don't. We need to continue to grow and refine what we do, because we owe that to our kids. And we also owe it to the rest of our districts to help support all of us together collaboratively to make this happen. So as a result of that, yes, I would be more than happy to work with the superintendents to come up with some specific lists of assessments, interventions, screeners that we use, and the rationale as to why we use them. Absolutely.
Question for you. Following up on that, would assistance from a state organization be useful to you there? Does the superintendents have an organization? Should I tag the School Boards Association, because I can see their lobbyists in the back row listening to what's going on? What's the best way?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, Kevin Mitchell is here, who is in fact, executive director for the Superintendents Association. So I will absolutely work closely with Mr. Mitchell and the rest of the superintendents across the state to help facilitate this list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I to understand then that basically we're educating kids in your school district for 14 years? Because you have 2 kindergartens, you have 2 levels of kindergarten?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Paxton, specific to that, some of our students, that is accurate. Again, it's based on what our students need. So as a result, and we're not the only program in Wyoming that is providing an opportunity for our students to ensure success. And when we saw the data that we saw, when we had some of our young kindergartners that were coming to school that couldn't read or write, or were not socially or emotionally ready for school, and we saw those students falling out we knew we had to do something different. And we felt like what was absolutely necessary was provide them the gift of time. And as a result, we've seen success based on that, and we've done it and sustained it over time. So as a result, we know when a student is starting to fall through the cracks as a kindergartner, we know what the data will tell you. We know what the third grade results are going to be. Those are extremely evident. And therefore, we felt like we needed to intervene and we needed to provide something to provide success for these students. So as a result, yes, some of our students have an opportunity to be in kindergarten for 2 years based on what they need socially, emotionally, or academically.
Follow up.
Yes, and I will follow up too.
How many of those kids would you say percentage wise actually end up doing the 14-year thing?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Paxton, I don't have a specific number. The other thing that looked prior to this was retention. So short of retaining a kid, we also know what the data tells you about retention. The facts are pretty clear. Retention is not very effective. It hurts kids in many different ways, especially the older they get, the more difficult it is for a student for a variety of different factors. So we saw then an increase in retention of students in kindergarten. So that was the other piece of this evidence. It's like, okay, so we've got kids that aren't meeting the expectations at the end of kindergarten. And now we're retaining these kids. So they're getting 2 years of kindergarten anyway. Now what we've done is socially, emotionally create a concern for these students and their parents because now a kid's been retained. So in short of retaining these students, we've now looked at the data and said, as a result, we're going to provide another opportunity for another year of kindergarten. So the percentage of kids, we've got about 1%, I would say, of our students we are looking at being in the classic program.
Follow up one more. So that number, when we look at the number of retentions that's reported by the State Department of Education, that doesn't reflect that retention because you haven't retained them. They're just getting 2 years of kindergarten, basically. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Paxton, that is correct.
Okay.
I would like to comment on that one. It seems to me that y'all have come up with a creative solution to what is, I think, a very real problem. And that is kids that are old enough for kindergarten in age terms, but are not developed enough to really benefit from the kind of kindergarten we run now. I think you found a way to deal with that without stigmatizing anybody and in a way that is going to help the kids rather than harm them as they progress forward. So y'all know how I feel about unnecessary education spending, but this strikes me as a creative solution to a very real problem. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have a couple of questions. One goes back a way, so I'll go to that one first. And so you talked about the grant and you didn't feel like you were a struggling district. And I think that's our struggle, right? Is what is a struggling district? And it's not, when you look at the accountability model, it's like you grade the school, right? The school is meeting, not meeting, exceeding, all that stuff. But when you're looking down at this individual piece of it, we're looking at the cut scores and basically, are you proficient or not? And how close are you to an arbitrary number we stuck in statute, right? And it doesn't really get to that issue of, struggling. I bet the districts that applied probably didn't feel like they were struggling. They just wanted to do a better job. And so I think, how do we define struggling? What is something that will help this issue of getting kids to read, aside from the war that goes on between this or that way to teach it. So that's my one question. And then, as the little school guy, the little district guy, I'm assuming that you pay for this out of your block grant, this second year of kindergarten. I can guarantee you a small district, and I don't mean small defined, I mean mid-sized to small district, would never be able to afford to bring another kindergarten into play. I think what you're doing is an amazing idea. But I think, can we replicate that? I think it's great. Let's replicate that, but we're going to have to pay for it. Because I don't think that every district could create a second kindergarten. That's a question. Is that something that's replicable down to small districts to be able to you got to squeeze the fruit, right? And squeeze the fruit till you get enough juice to do what the next thing you want to do with that juice. So elaborate a little bit on that too, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, specific to the last question regarding can a small or medium-sized district do it? The answer is yes. We've had several school districts that have come and visited our school. And as a matter of fact, this particular thought or process was conceived from Casper, from Natrona County. And then we morphed it into something that specifically we felt worked best for us. We've had other school districts that have medium-sized to small school districts that have come and visited our programs and our classic program to see how we do what we do and what the focus is. And they have, to my knowledge, I don't quote me on this, but my understanding was that they did go back to their district and they have implemented those into their school district. So I don't want to call them out right now for fear that I might be misspeaking, but I'm almost 100% certain that they have implemented them into their small to mid-sized school districts. And to the previous question, which is, how do you define struggling learners? How do you define struggling readers? And how do we meet the needs of those kids across the state? I think that's maybe the $1 million question is, how do we meet the needs of every learner? And I think that's goes to the point of multiple systems. And Christy may be able to speak to this better than myself, but when you see and you discern and you can disaggregate data based on where the needs of these specific students are, and then you'll be able to provide those interventions necessary to meet the needs where they are, I think it's critically important. Again, I think one of the things that we do, again, not saying that's what needs to be done, but I'm just telling you what we do specific to first grade intervention. And it's costly, but at the same time, we feel like money spent in early intervention is critically important and it pays dividends down the road. Reading recovery, math recovery is a specific focus that we have for our lowest 20% of our readers and our mathematicians. That's an intensive one-on-one intervention that students get every day for 30 minutes for 16 to 20 weeks. Those are students that are below level. They are not reading at proficiency for first grade, and those students are assessed the first week of school, and the intervention begins immediately. Those kids get that immediate intervention from a highly trained teacher, and we have a teacher leader that provides this ongoing graduate level training for all of our teachers. Happens every year, and that focus is intense, and it's specific to strategies based on that, with the intent that after the 16 to 20 weeks, that those students then are at grade level. And that's both in math and in reading, and there's 2 cycles that these students can go through. The first cycle, so it's round 1, and then round 2 are for those students then that we reassess again mid-year to determine if they are at reading level or not. And if they aren't, then and we have an opportunity to provide intervention based on their needs, then those students would also qualify for the second round of reading recovery. And Christy, if you want to add.
Sure,
anything to that.
absolutely. Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, in response to your question, I think we've talked a lot about assessment today. But in fact, I think we all can attest that assessment really does nothing for student learning. What actually impacts student learning is what we do with the assessments and those results, how we act and how we respond. So in relation to the comments about professional development, that's a great place to go. Educating our teachers on more strategies and how they can actually respond to the results of those assessments that they're obtaining. As Scott mentioned, we look at reading and math recovery as kind of a nutshell for our early intervention, especially in first grade. And one thing we've really focused on at Sagebrush, because as we've mentioned several times, we do still have a lot to learn, and we are looking at a cycle of continuous improvement and knowing what's next for us as a school and for us as a district is how do we integrate some of the philosophical beliefs and some of the strategies from these interventions that we know are working for our struggling readers into the regular classroom. Because while these interventions are powerful, the classroom is the first line of defense, right? That quality teacher providing in-class instruction is the first line of defense against a struggling student. And following that, before any sort of intervention where the child's removed from class, we have tier 1 interventions in the classroom provided by that classroom teacher. How can we train our teachers to better implement those interventions in the classroom so that not only is that IEP eventually not needed, but maybe that IRP won't be needed that following year because we've accelerated their growth in the classroom so far that those interventions aren't necessary. While we will still have students who struggle, right? That's undeniable. But how can we create systems that are very strong at catching those kids before they're even far enough behind to need an IRP? I don't know if that answers your question, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent Stoltz, I'm just amazed. I mean, as I've sat here and tried to take this all in and listen, and I guess the thought that keeps coming to my mind is and even in my business, I was always taught to follow the successful. So my question is, a couple of things to help me understand a little bit better what you guys deal with and what you have going. How many students do you teach in Sheridan 2? What is your student population?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman, we have approximately 3,700 students in our district.
And what do you figure that your average cost per student is? I can go to the crew report. I don't have it with me. It would give us a pretty close idea of what we're sending to you guys. I mean, do you have an idea of kind of what it's costing to educate a child that's in Sheridan 2?
Representative Nyman, I think it's approximately $1,500 or
Wow, you sure?
15,000.
50,000.
add another zero.
Okay. I was gonna say, that's awesome. And my
Don't
question,
get any ideas.
if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. That's good. That's as efficient as I've ever heard in my short tenure in the legislature. But anyway, 15,000, okay. Just to the mechanics of this, help me understand a little bit. How do you shape this, what you're doing with your classic kindergarten? Do you have an actual second set of teachers that you're funding that are doing this work? Or are these teachers that are working in tandem, or kind of help me understand how you're doing this? Because you're making a real case for pre-K education in school with funding that you're already being given. You're making dollars work that you're being given right now, which would be K-12. You're adding a class and providing pre-K education. So these kind of help me understand exactly what does the mechanically look like at your school?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman, so specific to that, and the other school district that we also provided this opportunity was from our neighbors to the east in Gillette. They actually have a classic program. I think they call it, I'm not sure what the name of their program is, but they have it at most of their elementary schools. We, on the other hand, only have 3. We have 5 elementary schools in town. We only have it at 3 of our 5 elementary schools. So we have 3 additional kindergarten teachers that we hire specifically out of the block grant to provide this classic program for our students that qualify. And we do in fact go through rigorous testing to identify those students, because right now we have parents that want their children in classic kindergarten. We also know that that's not for every student. And as a result, there is a testing process that we go through to qualify which students would be ready for the classic program. So we have 3 programs that we provide for our students within the district. So there's 3 additional teachers that we hire to make that happen.
How are you doing that? I mean, you're given a certain amount of dollars for a certain number of teachers. When I look at this, I guess am I doing something wrong here?
Let me jump in
Okay.
on this one.
That's
Am
it.
I right in thinking that by having those students there in a kindergarten, that they do count on your ADM, and so it's a self-funding thing?
So they are
So the-
self, okay,
The state is paying, and I think that's where some of Representative Paxton's concern is,
okay.
because
That's
that
what I was
will
trying to get to.
raise our total spending because it raises the number of students.
Very good. I just have one other follow-up on everyone.
Okay, go ahead.
Just curiously, with your emphasis towards pre-K education and also early reading and elementary, what other things are you maybe not putting as much emphasis on? Because you're obviously putting a lot of emphasis on early child development as far as getting these kids ready to read. You're being very proactive in how you assess them, and you're aggressively going after trying to get these kids caught up. what have you kind of maybe put less emphasis on so that you could put more emphasis on, or maybe you haven't? I'm just curious because it looks to me like, as I'm listening, you're picking some very specific battles here that you're wanting to put some very specific emphasis on. And that's intriguing to me. So I'm just curious, how does that look? And what are you, maybe other things you're not quite as critical on, but very critical on reading and development?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman, that's difficult to say without comparing other budgets to other districts. So it would be hard to say. I would say that certainly we don't spend a tremendous amount of money on curriculum because we don't have a program. We don't have a reading program where we spend whatever thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars on a particular canned reading program. We use balanced literacy. And within that, we're talking about libraries of books for our students that are leveled readers that we provide for our students based on the assessments that we provide, as Christy shared with the Fountas and Pinnell. It determines what levels these students are reading at. There could be up to 4 or 5 reading groups in a classroom because all students do not read at the same level. We don't roll the ball down the middle and we teach every kid the same strategy. We don't teach kids all the same reading program because we know they all read at different levels. As a result, we have individual guided reading groups for those students. So that's one specific thing. I would also say that I know it was talked about class size and are we compliant with the 16:1? We are not. I would also tell you though, that we don't have classes of 38. Our kindergartens are capped at 19. We have first, second grades that are capped around 19 to 20. We don't have excessively large classrooms, but I would also tell you that even though we're funded at 16:1, we're using that money to help with the block grant, which I know you've heard this testimony from districts across the state, is the block grant works because you can use it to spend the money where you think it matters most. As a result, because we're given that money, we can then spend money on some of these early intervention programs that are making a difference. We can spend some of the money on 3 extra kindergarten teachers because we know that makes a difference. So as a result, we're using some of that money with the block grant to make it work for our particular students. And I know that varies from district to district, but that system works for us. And we're able to use the money and prioritize it as necessary.
I want to cut things off. We're getting ourselves in time trouble. We really appreciate the testimony you brought to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And is there anybody else? Yes.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Cindy Delancey. I'm the president of the Wyoming Business Alliance, and I will try to keep my comments short as I know time is of the essence. And I don't even know where to start. My page is just covered with notes after listening and processing the discussion today. But I just think that the right place to start is where Senator Ellis ended by saying we can't keep ignoring this problem. We can't keep ignoring this. I implore you to please listen to your esteemed colleague who has spent hours working on this. I implore you to please listen to the courageous mom, Brittany Jensen back here. We could fill this room with people like Ms. Jensen. Reading is the foundation of everything from the business aspect of how we have a prepared and ready workforce. Our workforce right now is pretty much in crisis. It doesn't matter what industry you talk to. Everyone has vacancies. Everyone is struggling to keep their doors open. I've spoken with many of you from around the state, knowing that, businesses can't even function at full capacity due to workforce shortages. Reading and this mastery of our language really is is the first step in having a prepared and ready workforce. So I understand that there could be, differences of opinion on philosophies and strategies. But, really, I think Senator Ellis and the example that she gave with her daughter with the shovel this morning really summed it up to me well. Let's give the teachers the tools in their toolbox to get out the spade or the snow shovel, depending on what the situation, calls for. And I just think that, this committee has some serious policy choices to make as far as resource allocation, as far as data collection. It's just been really interesting for me, just coming from the private sector, you look at, okay, this is the data, this is how we make decisions, we make the decision, we move on. And here it's just very confusing about data collection because it feels like we have some, but maybe we don't. And then there's frustration that there's not data. So do we need it? And, just listening to the conversation, I just thank you for spending so much time, Mr. Chairman, on this topic and the intensity that this committee has evaluated this topic. It's just crucial that we continue working on this to get to the place where we're all working together, making sure that our next generation of workers are prepared and ready with 21st century skills. So with that, I thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wait a minute, Chairman Patterson.
Just one thing I'd like to correct. It wasn't necessarily a concern that I had over the previous presentation about the extra time. It was just that over the span of my career, I saw a lot of changes in the expectations of kindergarten. When my kids went to school, it was a developmental kindergarten type issue. And then we all of a sudden had all these high expectations for kindergarten with not a lot of adjustment in having that. And then as a result of that, we see a lot of retentions, and the retentions certainly do have a certain stigma attached to them. And I think that was a creative way of getting around that. And so basically we're having a developmental kindergarten followed up by an academic kindergarten. And I don't see anything wrong with that. So I was not being critical of it. I'm just saying I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding the whole process.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if that comment was directed towards me or not, but I'd love to just chime in a little bit on and expanding the co-chairman's thought process. Co-chairman Paxton, I think you really nailed it on the head. Like the world is changing at an exponential rate around us. And, we have to be ready to be career ready for our students at every level. And, we talk a lot in the private sector of trying to hopefully one day we'll achieve with our friends in education about building a lifelong continuum of education where things are early childhood through post-secondary, that it's a system that works together, that it's easy to have off and on ramps for people to get in and out of this system, with ease instead of barriers. And, there was so much discussion about this morning, to your point about, removing barriers and helping people get that hands-on experience and maybe short nuggets to develop their skills to be ready to be in the classroom. It's the same thing with making sure that our students are ready to be in kindergarten, but we can't just get married to one model and think that that's the be all and end all. And I think that's what I hear you saying as far as watching the changes in your career, that change is hard, even good change. And I just really applaud the efforts of this committee to explore opportunities to help move us forward as the world is changing around us, so we can make sure that we keep our competitive nature and have our children have the best opportunities here in Wyoming instead of shipping them out of state or hiring people from out of state. So with that, I'll close. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I really did not intend to speak today. I knew things were going to be a little rushed for time, but I feel like there are some things that need to be responded to. I know you all do your due diligence and you do your homework. So I would plan before the next meeting to, oh, sorry, Megan Hesser. I spoke to you at the last meeting as well. I have a couple of kiddos in the Laramie County School District 1. But please consider spending 50 minutes. There is a wonderful documentary on YouTube that's called Our Dyslexic Children. This is the story of a group of parents who band together in Upper Arlington, Ohio, because their students weren't being taught to read. And the result of it was that a program that was mentioned a few minutes ago called Reading Recovery has been banned. They were sued over the use of that program, and it is no longer in use there. Fondas and Pinnell was also mentioned. Please keep in mind that some of the other states that are moving towards the Big Five that we heard mentioned from UW are effectively in one way or another banning the use of Fontes and Pinnell and curricula by Lucy Calkins. They're both leveled literacy, balanced literacy programs. And I think it's important to note that it does not meet UW's Big Five components that were mentioned in many aspects. Our district used that when my son started kindergarten, and we saw many problems stem from that program. And I have a student who was diagnosed with dyslexia, but I really don't care if we use that term. We can throw it out the window for all I care if we can teach the kids to read. It doesn't matter what you label it, but I will say this, that label for my son was like a ton being lifted off of his shoulders because he was coming home saying, "Mom, I'm stupid," in the first grade. Being able to tell him that, no, you have something going on that is beyond your control, and it's not that you're stupid, was an amazing relief to that little boy. So maybe you're afraid to label a kid, and in the school, in the classroom, fine, don't label them, just teach them how to read. But please know that that label actually sets some of those kids free to let go of the baggage of how hard school has been. And I will say this, if we are setting our 3, 5, whatever assessments, and they are valid and reliable, if your school district is pulling good numbers, those assessments are going to show that because they are measuring the big fives. They are measuring the phonemic awareness. They're measuring the phonics. They are bypassing the has this kid memorized these words, because when it's appropriate for the grade level, they are reading what's called a nonsense word, just a string of random letters to make sure that they can actually decode and read the word. So if your school district is doing a good job of teaching reading and we are selecting valid and reliable assessment screeners, it's not going to matter what the screener is. If your kids are doing well, it's going to show up on the Fontes and Pinnell screener that they're using, and it's going to show up on a Dibbles or an Acadience or a FastBridge. Thank you for your time and your consideration of all of this information. If you have any questions.
Yes, sir. We have two. I can bring them both in the room now.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee, Gillian Chapman, Superintendent, and Dr. AJ Swintowski, our Director of Educational Services, is with me, and I'll pass this over to him shortly, as well as Trustee Janine Bayteski is in the room. We want to thank you for all your support.
Gillian, you're going to have to take your mask off.
Okay. Okay. I'll ask AJ and I will split apart then here. We want to say thank you for all your support in ensuring that all of our students are proficient readers. As you're aware, reading is complex and one size does not fit all. And this complex skill has garnered much attention and created division on how to accomplish this. Though the goal is the same, we want 100% of our students to be readers. While we want 100% of our students to be readers, we also know that some students need more time, more support, and more resources to make it happen. Our teachers need more professional development. They need more time. They need support to make it happen. And this is an important component of our district culture, with the expectations set by our board that for Success 2022, our overarching goal and our strategic plan is that 100% of our students in third grade are proficient readers and mathematicians, 100% of our eighth grade students are proficient writers, and 100% of our graduates are life ready. We're not there yet. However, this is a part of our district culture, and our board has prioritized resources to support these goals and make it a part of the district's culture and main focus point.
Mr. Chair, committee members, I just wanted to add that within our district, Teton County School District, we've been focusing heavily on the 5 pillars or essential skills of reading for years now. But I would say over the past couple of years, consistent with previous legislation, as well as the WDE's early literacy framework, and really consistent with the bill that's being discussed today, is we put an increased emphasis on phonics and foundational skills and phonemic awareness. And we're just starting to see some growth in those areas. There was some discussion earlier about individual reading plans. We feel like we do a pretty strong job with individual reading plans. All of our students who are on some type of targeted intervention within those reading plans, we identify the specific reading needs that an individual student may need, ensure that the appropriate intervention is matched to those individual reading needs, and then use the respective progress monitoring tools to see if those students are making adequate progress on the specific skills that they're working on. A big challenge for our district is really the number of students who are English language learners. So in addition to those 5 essential skills, in addition to those 5 kind of core components of reading, there is a real heavy emphasis on language development, building background and content knowledge that essentially just adds an additional layer of complexity and area of instructional support that we need to continue to support our teachers with. Yeah.
Thank you. I also wanted to talk a little bit about funding high quality early education programs, including pre-K. And as you've learned, some districts use a classic K model. These are essential to improve language skills and is an important component for our district given our demographics. The other question that has been brought up is, I do believe in our district, we've taken a layered approach. And a layered approach, what I mean by that is, in addition to having high quality professional development and training for our teachers, in addition to having screeners that do help sort out what is the specific skill that the student is lacking, then what are the interventions we can put in place? We also have class size that are appropriate. Class size does matter to us in our situation. Ours are between 4 and 15 in kindergarten. And when I say 4, that's on the low end because it's a combination school. This is similar in 1st and 2nd grade where we have a low of 4 and a high of 16. And in 3rd grade, we have 3 sections out of our 16 total sections that have 17 students. And that exceeds a little bit, but I think it's important to understand why. The challenge with ensuring class sizes is about space, physical space in the school, and the ability to recruit and retain and find housing for highly qualified teachers in mid to late August when students register, which sometimes is the last day before school starts. So school started for us on August 30th. We had registrations, but truly we have kids that show up that day and walk into the school where they haven't registered. So one strategy that we had to take in order to reduce class sizes was to close enrollment to students outside of the county. And we even had to change boundaries in one of our schools because the class sizes were too high and we didn't have enough physical space to add an additional teacher. So both of these strategies, you can imagine, were not popular or well received by families. And it's disruptive to the student, which is the last thing that we want. The next part I'd like to address is I'd like to say thank you to the University of Wyoming for increasing the teacher prep courses. This has long been a concern of mine. When I was a teacher, I had one teacher prep class on teaching the exceptional child and on reading, and that was simply not sufficient. Now that I've learned more, we do better, right? So I appreciate the focus of UW and the focus on the Spiker 6 with the emphasis on phonics and balance to include all those layered approaches that make for a good reader. We're grateful that we have experts in our state that we can partner with and that can support the professional development and provide best practices to districts, to WDE, so we can all work together to inform the decisions that are before us. What we would like to do is to take the Senator Ellis' suggestion and recommendation to partner with WASA, the state the Superintendent Association, under the direction of Dr. Kevin Mitchell. We can work together to analyze what are the interventions, the screeners that we have in place, what are they? And we can inform the JEC and WDE to find out how can we pare this list down? What does work best for students? While we all have successes in our school district, in my opinion, when we don't have 100% proficiency, then we aren't doing as good as we can. And so we need the support of the legislature to make that happen. We need the support in finances, in resources, in the professional development. And we look forward to partnering with the JEC, WDE, University of Wyoming to vet common assessments so that we do have a common springboard in which we all are informing our decisions. So thank you for the opportunity to weigh in, and appreciate the support of this committee in making reading and early literacy a priority in all of our districts across the state. We stand for questions should you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Superintendent. If you could come back on the screen.
Oh, I'm here. Can you see me?
Okay, my question for you honestly is and I don't know if you were on this morning, but I gave Ms. Hamill from the WDE a hard time. And so now I want to help out a little bit by, by asking you a question that I asked the Sheridan 2 folks regarding the USAID grant that's designed for literacy. Teton 1 isn't on this list either. And your scores aren't as good as Sheridan 2. So I'm curious about if you made a decision to not apply for that grant, and if so, why? And honestly, to help the WDE and perhaps how they will do out a different call for proposals for the next round. So we heard one is the language of struggling schools. Sheridan 2 didn't apply for that. Can you talk a little bit about your not being on that list?
Thank you, Chairman and Representative Connolly. I don't like not being on lists a lot of times. And however, in this situation, we looked at it, and because our free and reduced numbers are relatively low, sometimes that's a measure that is looked at. So that's one issue. The second issue is capacity. And we adopted a new resource in the last school year and on top of COVID. And that resource was our English language arts resource that has a heavy emphasis on phonics. That was a big stretch for our teachers. And it felt very overwhelming for our teachers to focus on that, as well as all the other things that they have in front of them, math, resource, and all the focus areas. And they were literally completely overwhelmed, to the point that it was detrimental. So we had to slow down our efforts, and we committed that we were not going to add anything new. We were going to stay the course, because implementing a new resource is fairly extensive, and it does come with a lot of professional development. So we decided to stay the course. The third factor for me is when we're talking about professional development, I believe, and very firm on this, we have to do professional development in the summertime or in times when students are not expected to be at school. To pull a teacher away from the classroom when we only have 175 days with kids anyway, to pull the teacher out for professional development during the day, which is where it's most effective, because otherwise they're teaching all day and then they go to professional development at night. The fatigue decreases the effectiveness of the training. So I believe really strongly that professional development needs to take place in the summertime or when students are not in session. To hire a high-quality substitute or put a substitute in front of our students is really a detriment to what we're trying to accomplish. So when we started working on our professional development and our plans for the summer, our teachers simply said, we can't do this. We're just wiped out. And so it really was about a capacity. I was thrilled to hear WDE and Shelley's response that we would certainly be invited to try again and put in for that. And that's something that we will look at to see how it's structured and if it's something that we can apply for and benefit from, because that's absolutely, we appreciate the support. It just, for us, was a matter of capacity and timing and what the expectations were of that grant.
Okay, thank you very much. You're not speaking.
I'm just trying to keep them straight, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, let's proceed to
Mr.
look.
Chairman, you do actually have two additional people that are online. I believe the first one that we have is Grady Hutcherson.
Okay, admit them very briefly. We've got to move on.
Mr. Chair, this is Grady Hutcherson. I serve as a president of the Wyoming Education Association, and I want to thank you and the entire committee for this great conversation that you're continuing to have around this important topic. And I've spent the past 24 years teaching in Goshen County, and I taught second grade for the vast majority of those years. So this entire topic is near and dear to my heart. I know time is of the essence, so I'm not going to reiterate everything because you have heard such profound testimony, but I do want to highlight and lift up a couple of things for consideration. And I feel like one of the pieces that has not been discussed is the piece related to individual student growth. You heard previous testimony about students as early as 6-year-olds already considering themselves to be quote unquote stupid. The reason that occurs is because of the system where we only look at how many students are achieving mastery at 85%, for example. We really do need to stop and take into consideration student growth because you can have profound student growth because of a school and because of the interventions that are taking place, and those need to be celebrated, and those successes are an important piece of the overall puzzle. A couple of other items real quickly that I wanted to touch on is the fact that I often have to stop and remind myself of an Einstein quote: "Not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted." The testimony around screeners is a valid concern, but we also have to remember that we are working with human beings. So when we try to compare education to a business model, it simply can't be achieved because of the fact that we are working with human beings. So that student growth component is extremely important. I also can tell you that I have firsthand experience and knowledge completing and filling out individualized reading plans for students in my classroom. And I thought you might find this to be interesting. Oftentimes, because I was a male in the primary grade level, I would often get placed with my most favorite students, which were often at risk and struggling students. But to give you an idea, I typically had 18 second grade students in my classroom. And of those 18 students in any given year, I would say from in a quote unquote good year, 4 students all the way up to 6 or 7 students, I would have to place on that individualized reading plan. I know there was a lot of discussion earlier about the individualized reading plans. I filled those out. Parent signatures were required. Those plans specified what interventions were going to take place. And so I'm happy to answer questions based on my own experience in the classroom. But I also want to point out one last thing, and then I'll stand for questions. I've proudly spent 24 years of my life dedicated to the profession. And there are some things that cannot be legislated. So we've heard 4 days in essence in Saratoga and 2 more about this complex and complicated topic. And it's not something that can just be wrapped up, a bow placed on top, pass the legislation and moving on. We heard a superintendent's testimony earlier about how it really is this focus on continuous growth and improvement, which I wholeheartedly support and believe in. So I just wanted to share a couple of those items with you, Mr. Chair and committee members. And again, I wanted to thank all of you for your dedication and time on this important topic. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Also, is there somebody else?
Yes, sir. We have Leanne Brennan.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm on the screen shortly.
Okay, and
And that is
Yes,
the
ma'am.
last one.
that, and don't accept any more.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Leanne, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I will be very brief. I just wanted to address a couple things, and some of it will be to highlight a couple things that you've already hit on. But I wanted to let you know I have been in education now for over 30 years. 17 of those years, I have been an elementary principal. During my tenure, I was able to work in 2 different school districts as a principal, both in Laramie and now here in Cheyenne. What I really wanted to take a moment to talk about has been highlighted a couple different ways. And one is I really would encourage you to have that conversation that was brought up earlier with the superintendent from Sheridan 2, that we need to really look at a variety of assessments. And the reason that I mention that is that a screening tool that will fit and identify and help us understand what one student needs will not necessarily work for another school or another student. The flexibility of being able to use a variety of screeners and be able to select the ones that best align with the needs of that school and the needs of those students would be key to the things that you talked about. Limiting them to 3 would be a concern. And the next thing that I really wanted to talk about was that I would agree reading is hands down the most important skill that we can give our students at the early elementary levels. The only concern that I had is that I would like to maybe focus a little bit more, as was just previously mentioned, on the growth of our students, to really talk about progress monitoring, to really talk about how to have districts and schools be able to show the growth that kiddos are making. The reason that this is a concern to me is I too, as was mentioned earlier, have had the opportunity to work hard, and I've used different assessments such as DIBELS, Cubed, FastBridge, Easy CBM, all the different things that I've worked in different schools. And I can show 85, even 95% of my students being proficient on those assessments. And then when they take YTOP in 3rd grade, and I'll be at 60%. I have been able to achieve the 85% previously with YTOP. It's not easy to maintain. With the change in the assessment, with the change in the cut scores, that's a moving target that's very difficult for school administrators to understand how to set that goal and get to. If we can really identify, for example, whatever assessment tool you choose to use for early literacy, identify truly if we're looking at the 85th percentile, if we're looking at 85% of our kids being possibly at like the 50th percentile, which is what most tests will tell us to be. Setting a bar that doesn't move will be invaluable to us as educators to help define the PD that works. I am so grateful for that in this new legislation proposal. The ability to train teachers to deal with early education and early reading education will be vital to our continued success. So I know you're very busy and I won't continue on. And I thank you for your time and your passion in this area. Pending any questions.
Committee, we do need to move on. We've talked quite a bit actually already about the proposed legislation. We're not going to take final action on it because I think it can be improved. But Tanya, can you or Matt give us a 1 or 2 minute summary of the principal features here and Then I'm going to ask committee members, as you see more things, have LSO prepare amendments for you for next time. So we can proceed that way. So we'll be prepared next time, and I think we'll probably pick up some more things
Mr.
between
Co-
now and then.
Mr. Co-Chair, I think that those amendments should come in sooner rather than later. The sooner they get in, the more efficient it would be for our LSO folks. It's
Not only the more efficient for the LSO folks, but if they get it out to the rest of us, that'll help the process.
right. And I think as quickly as they can get those in there, better off we'd be.
So can you give us just a very quick overview of what we haven't talked about? We know about the screeners and that sort of thing in there.
Mr. Chairman, Tanya Heydrich, Legislative Service Office. I'll go ahead and briefly discuss the bill draft 22 LSO 106 working draft 0.6. We did send out a changed revised version last night, and I think you all received a hard copy of that today. It was just some technical amendments that needed to be made with regard to who the rulemaking authority resided with. Recall from your last meeting, you authorized LSO to draft a bill directing districts to utilize screening and assessment tools that were approved by the department and requiring the state superintendent to identify not more than 3 acceptable screening and 3 acceptable assessment tools for districts to utilize. I would point out in current statute in subsection D of 21.3.401, the state superintendent currently has broad rulemaking authority and is commanded to do that in consultation with Wyoming school districts, professionals in the area of dyslexia or other reading difficulties, and other appropriate stakeholders. In addition, you asked that we include a requirement for districts to notify parents and guardians if a child exhibits signs of dyslexia or other reading difficulty as soon as practicable after the assessment or screening. Beginning in school year 22-23, this bill requires that every K-3 teacher receive professional development and evidence-based literacy instruction and in identifying dyslexia or other reading difficulties through material reviewed and recommended by the state superintendent. Those rules also are required to set the minimum professional development requirements. Additionally, you directed that we establish a 100% reimbursement for the professional development required as a result of this legislation. Those funds are administered through the block grant model in accordance with this. I would point out, and I think we mentioned this earlier, but districts currently receive $133.91 per ADM for professional development. That is a total of $12.3 million to school districts in school year 2019-2020. School districts reported that they expended 8.3 million or 3.7 million less than was allocated. I also noted, I think to the chairman as well, while we have the appropriation from the school foundation program account, as noted by a couple of committee members, there is not a designation for the amount for that particular service. I think that covers the requirements that were communicated at the July meeting.
Okay, let me suggest to the committee on the issue of the screeners and then screening assessments to be used and that sort of thing. I see 2 approaches for anybody that's concerned about as a result of the testimony today. We could either increase 3 approaches. We could get rid of the requirement. We could increase the number that would be on the approved list, or we could grant the State Department of Education waiver authority where a district was using a different one and could demonstrate it was meeting their needs. So you've got 3 different approaches if you're concerned about the requirement as written. On the continuing education, if we go forward with a bill that is going to put a new requirement on that costs more money, I can see some difficulties possibly getting that all the way past. We might think about how other ways to handle that given there is an item in the block grant already. I invite committee members to look for creative options to keep the financing so we don't get into a budget fight, because that is some tendency to turn into a Senate versus House fight, and we want to get something we can pass. So let's try to be a little creative in that area. And then if as a result, once you've digested the testimony we've had, there's quite a fair amount of worthwhile information that was furnished to us in preparation for this committee meeting. And we'll pick up more things as we talk to, and I hope the committee will continue to try to talk to teachers and administrators in their district. You pick up something more that's outside this, by all means, if you think it's ready for legislation, bring us something, bring it to the LSO ahead of time. And Chairman Paxton's request that it earlier rather than later will work much better all around. So that would be my suggestion to the committee for next time. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just have a question. If there's, on this topic, if there's other bill drafts we want to make a motion on to have the committee consider, you're going to do that like at the end of 2 days? You want to do that at the next meeting at the end of this, at the end of that discussion? When would be the appropriate time to bring to the committee those types of things?
There's two ways we can handle that. We could bring it to we need to, if we're going to do it, we got to do it before the November meeting, because that'll be the next meeting on anything. We'll have a meeting that will be just a virtual meeting rather than face-to-face on the issue of the external cost adjustment. But the next real meeting is the last one. So we need it ahead of time. I think there's two approaches. We can bring it. I would prefer tomorrow rather than right now. But the other one would be, if it'd be all right with the committee, you could bring it to the chairs and ask us to put this specific thing that you've worked out on the agenda.
However the chair would like.
Jerry, what's your thoughts on that?
I think we could probably entertain a motion at the end of tomorrow.
Okay.
Or at the end of the day.
Yeah, we could do it either way.
Yeah.
So.
And just one other comment about, on when we were talking about the numbers and limiting those numbers. Why do we even need a number in there? Why can't we just say approved by the State Department of Education, and that would alleviate those problems?
There's another possible.
And to me, that would be my preference. And so that if you're doing it right, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, I think that'd be a better
Staff,
approach.
there's your first request for drafting an amendment right there. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a second idea that I want to work with LSO and just let the committee know about is a non-codified section of the bill that would require UW to develop that professional development. And in part, that's so that there's that continuity that we talked with them about from the very beginning, that they need to be able to follow students and have the opportunity. I'm not sure I would require it, but I'd like for them to, honestly put their money where their mouth is in terms of recognizing the obligation to make sure that learning is being carried through in K through 3. So let's see them do it.
Let me suggest you pursue that as a possible amendment, but I really would caution, and I probably don't need to caution you, we need to be careful about telling the university exactly what to do in teaching within its block grant and developing things. But so word it sensitively.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, along those lines, we did get some testimony today about this not just being a narrow problem that's unique through K through 3. I do worry about junior high kids and high school kids that Maybe some of those teachers would like some professional development. So I don't have an idea fleshed out, but I probably will be thinking and letting it marinate on what to do with page 5. And if there's a way to capture junior high, high school, and just as we're all talking to our constituents, I wanted to throw that out there, that that's something I'm noodling on. And along those lines, Mr. Chairman, if Representative Summers wanted to give us a sense of what he's thinking about, I just don't want to be caught flat-footed tomorrow with a motion. I'd like a little bit of just kind of understanding of what might be on the horizon so we can talk about it in the next day and a half and hopefully digest it before then.
Sure.
There at this point.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to bring up the issue of whether K through 3 that we should mandate a 16-to-1. We at one time had that for K6, I think, and I want to bring that discussion back in a motion for the committee. And then the other one is how we name at-risk students. And I think what we heard was tutors are based upon at-risk students. There are other things, but certainly I think a child that's under an IRP would be an at-risk student. And I want to have that conversation about whether we should add that to the three levels, being ELL, mobility, and free and reduced. There would be a 4th category that would designate a child at risk. So that will be the 2 that I was going to bring up.
Okay, fair enough. We'll think about it. Representative News.
I have a question and maybe Ms. Hamel can help me out with it. As we look at the assessments tools, and I worry if we say one's approved by the department, I wonder about how long the time is that it would take for the department to approve an assessment or a screening tool when a district is wanting to use it right away, or they're currently using it and it's working for them. So I would be concerned as we talk about approval by the department, what the length of time is to get that approval. Or you may or you may not know, Ms. Hamel, what.
Let's ask the department to think about that. And be prepared to answer that. And representatives, you might well want to talk to them for the next meeting. We're going to take a 10-minute break, then we're going to do the next 2 items just as rapidly as we can, because we've covered a lot of it already on kindergarten readiness and then performance of minority risk students. So State Department, be prepared to give us a succinct briefing on that because we are running slow. Hey.
But I have amendments. I can give you a hard copy. I'm wondering, do they have a copy machine here yet?
If we don't have amendments.
I emailed the committee, so I think everyone maybe will see my work. But hopefully it'll go fast. And I can explain it all.
There's just a limit to how long we can sit. Oh.
Yeah, I just thought.
I did. Do you have anything to add to the discussion on kindergarten readiness that we haven't already talked about?
Chairman Scott and committee members, Shelley Hamill with Wyoming Department of Education. Kindergarten readiness, I could certainly dive into the history of the IFK if you want that, but it's there, so you can certainly read that. I just want to share that in the memo, I did add some information from a survey that was sent to school districts. At the time of the writing, it was a 25% response rate. So we're right now at up to a 46% response rate, but I want to note that until it's a 70% response rate, I'm told that it's just information. It's not solid enough to be able to extrapolate it out across all districts. So just please keep that in mind. With the 46% response rate, nothing has changed with what I typed in there, except for the addition of another screener that seems to be pretty common with the school districts for kindergarten readiness called the DIAL. And the acronym is DIAL. It stands for Developmental Indicators for the Assessment of Learning. I'd be happy to send that to you if you like. No, I think we've pretty much talked about the value of early intervention and et cetera. So I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Seeing none, let's have your colleagues come up on the minority.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Kari Akins. I'm the Chief Policy Officer at the Wyoming Department of Education. I have with me Dr. Will Donkersgood, and he is our NAPE coordinator. I'm going to start on our memo on performance of minority and at-risk students that looks mainly at YTOP results. And before I get into this, I just want to note that though these YTOP results are probably the most complicated data set that we've ever received as a department, because we have a missed year of assessment and because there are a lot of variables within the data. So as we start to look through here, you will have a lot of caveats because it is very complicated data, and also because we just finalized these numbers a few weeks ago. I got this memo to you as quickly as I could. And yes, I have noticed several typos and mistakes that I'm very sad about now as I look at them and see them. But I will go through this as quickly as I can. So of course, this is an interim topic for this committee to look at the performance of minority and at-risk students. So when we're looking at minority students, we know what that means, but as we've already heard from some of the discussion today, who are at-risk students, if I could have taken that as when we're looking at funding model purposes, I kind of took it as students that are at risk of not being proficient as we want them to be and not graduating from high school was basically the way that I interpreted that for the lens of this discussion. So the first portion of this memo on page 1, I take a look at, well, who are these students in Wyoming and how many of them do we have? Table 1 at the bottom of page 1 gives you some numbers of some student groups. One student group that can be considered at risk that's not included in those is free and reduced lunch. Of course, because of the pandemic, we have seen a reduction in the number of students identified as eligible for free and reduced lunch because they are automatically receiving free and reduced lunch. Historically for Wyoming, that lands at about 30% of our students. There has been severe under-identification of that student population for this group of data. On the next page, figure 1, top of page 2, you can see the demographic breakdown for our student population, and I have the numbers of the students in each of those populations in the kind of key for that figure. And then if you go to page 3 in figures 2 and 3, you can see the graduation rates broken out by various student characteristics and then also by race and ethnicity. And the numbers associated with these figures are found in tables 1 and 2 of the attachment. This data goes back to 2010, which is when we started. Yes.
I will confess that I'm having difficulty understanding where you are.
Sure. I'm on page 3 right now.
Of what?
Of the performance of
Chairman.
minority and at-risk students memo?
Mr. Chairman, at the beginning of the meeting, we handed out additional materials that were not within your packet. And so this should be contained in your additional materials. It's a memo from the Department of Education dated September 8th. Or I believe it's September 8th.
There's one or two yellow tabs back. If you catch- See, you got your papers right there, Mr. Chairman. It's in there. It's in there. There, right there.
That's the problem of us not getting things in time. Okay. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
So you're looking at the performance of minority and at-risk students memo.
Mhm.
As I mentioned, if you go to page 3, you'll see figures 2 and 3 that have graduation rates broken out. The tables associated with these graphs are found in tables 1 and 2 of the attachment. And as I mentioned, historically, the lowest graduation rates among students for Wyoming are among students that are American Indian, homeless, English learners, or students on an individualized education program. If there are no further questions there on graduation rates, I'll move on to the YTOP results.
Mr. Chairman, right here, quickly. Yeah, Ms. Akins, I'm trying to make sure I'm reading the colors correctly. It looks like all students is a pretty flat line, is that true? But IEP students go almost all the way up to 100? Or what is that blue line that is 100%?
That is the migrant student subgroup.
Oh, it's migrant. Okay.
And that tends to be a pretty small population. So the performance of just a few students can make that vary greatly. Mhm.
Thanks.
I find this graph. Because I cannot distinguish those.
Yeah. I know.
And I'm not colorblind.
Yeah.
Just put those together. Furnished to the LSO district committee. This information.
That table is table 1 in attachment A and table 2 in attachment A. Yes. So that is on page 6. If you follow, that's where attachment A begins. And that has all of the specific graduation rate data for each of the student populations in those graphs. So then if we look at statewide assessment results, of course, we have given our current statewide assessment YTOP 3 times, and that was over the course of the last 4 years. So YTOP was first given in the 2017-18 school year, then again in 2018-19. We were not able to administer the statewide assessment in 2019-20 because of the pandemic, but we did have a successful administration of YTOP in the 2020-21 school year. We are one of only 3 states that I know of that was able to assess over 95% of its students. So we do have some pretty good information and data that has come in about our student performance overall. You will see that there is a drop in tables 3 and 4 in the attachment show the student proficiency rate across years. In general, there is a drop from 2018-19 to the 2020-21 administration, but then we get pretty close back to baseline from the first year of the assessment. The other thing that I would point out is that there are several areas where there are historic achievement gaps amongst certain student populations. Typically for American Indian students, English learners, and students on IEPs. We did do some hard looks at that data and at those gaps in achievement, and we did see from the 2021 administration of YTOP that there was one specific student group in which that gap got bigger. For most student groups, the gap kind of stayed the same. And that was for our American Indian students in grade 4 English language arts, and then in math across several grade levels. And you can see the student proficiency rates in ELA and math for those areas where that gap got bigger in figure 4 on page 4. Now, because this data is so new, we have only done this beginning analysis of the statewide data. We are using COVID relief funds to bring in a vendor to do additional data analysis. We put that RFP out earlier this year and have awarded that and are in contract negotiations right now. Part of that contract will be the analysis of this data, also supporting WDE staff and being able to analyze the data and making recommendations for state level activities to support schools and improve academic performance.
Your table 4, you're showing student proficiency for first year.
That is actually bringing all grade levels together. Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, so figure 4, I can't figure out what the categories are. So if you can go through like graph 1, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 graphs, 5 math, 1 ELA, or I don't know what they even mean or what the, yeah.
Sure. So figure 4 on page 4 is American Indian student proficiency in ELA and math. So if you look at the first set of 3 colors, that's Native American student performance in grade 4 ELA. The blue is their performance on YTOP in 2017-18. The red is their performance in 2018-19, and the yellow is the performance in 2020-21. Yep. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to keep going? Are there any other questions? Okay. Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, like I said, the data was not finalized until actually the day after materials were due. So it was impossible for us to work any faster than we could on this. Obviously, it's the pandemic has put a twist on just about everything. We have data from before and after. And now that we have some data from after, we are excited to delve into that analysis. I should just say that this YTOP data is where students were last spring. And I know that already we've seen many school districts working very hard throughout the summer, knowing that there's instruction that has yet to occur for some students or interventions that need to occur for students. And so while this is the first state level data we've gotten on this, most of this information is not new to our teachers in their classrooms. They know where their students are at. Senator Scott, you are correct. Of course, we only have a few other states that have released, that have A, representative samples of their statewide student population, and B, a lot of them have not released it yet. We were among the first handful of states to have assessment data to release. But we are seeing that most other states saw larger drops than what we saw in Wyoming. And we're pretty happy that we were able to basically hold steady. Obviously, we want to do better. But we're pretty proud of our schools for hanging on the way that they did.
I did see somewhere in these materials or in something else, I read a chart that showed that Wyoming had much more full-time in-school attendance than virtually anybody else. And my prediction at looking at that was, gee, we're going to show better results on the assessment test because of that. Is that a fair assessment? Am I missing something?
Senator Scott, we do think that Wyoming's ability to have more students in person helped it to weather the pandemic much better.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Akins, as we delve more deeply into this topic over the interim and probably even next year, I'm curious if there's also breakdowns by school district, because this is just a large demographic category that goes across all of our districts. And so I'm curious if we have that information by district as well.
Senator Scott, Representative Connolly, that raw data is available, but our staff has not had the time and to do, like I said, these numbers are, I think exactly 3 weeks old today. So we focused on the statewide analysis first, and then we are relying on the vendor that we are contracting with to help us do that initial or that further analysis down at the district and school level. But the raw data is available through the link at the top of page 4.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Akins. And to the extent that it wouldn't identify individual level students, it would be great for us to see that data as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, when it comes to, like I said, the identification of potential barriers, we are still figuring out a lot of that because of the variety of situations that different schools are in because of the pandemic. So the interventions that they are able to provide to their students right now varies greatly. The instruction that they're able to provide to their students varies greatly and has over the past year. And so we are, like I said, relying on that vendor using those COVID relief funds to do that analysis and provide some recommendations to us. We did put in the RFP that they may need to present to a legislative committee so that you can hear it straight from the people that do that analysis. And we'll see about potentially at a future meeting date, having some of those deeper dives. But I did want to touch on some solutions to improve student performance that we are already working on at the Wyoming Department of Education. Both of those things have actually already been mentioned today. The Wyoming High Leverage Project, which is the K-3 Comprehensive Reading Plan, was one of the projects that University of Wyoming mentioned, working with McREL on. They're part of our comprehensive center. Joe Simpson, actual former Deputy Superintendent for Wyoming, is the leader on that work, and it is focused specifically on Fremont County. And then also, of course, the Striving Readers Comprehensive Literacy Program, which is the grant that Shelley Hamill pursued and got for Wyoming, which we are hoping to have more schools involved in over the next 5 years. But unfortunately, the timing for that was rough, as we've heard, because we secured that grant before the pandemic and then put out a call for people to put in for the grant right as the pandemic was hitting. And so a lot of schools we've known just have not had the capacity on top of everything else they've been dealing with to do that work right now. But reading has been a priority for the department and will continue to be, and we continue to look for any and all resources we can find to improve the reading of our students. And so that's just 2 examples of areas that the department sought and received extra support in that area of reading. And then finally, we also are doing a pilot of a statewide multi-tiered system of support initiative in order to make sure that schools are having quality initial instruction and quality interventions for their students that is evidence-based in all areas, not just reading. So that is 2 or a couple of areas where the department is actively working towards having solutions for helping support our schools and our students. But certainly we know that in light of the pandemic, there may be additional activities. And obviously in light of some of the historic performance of some of our students, we know that we need to keep a hard focus on a lot of this, Senator. And yet, happy to take any further questions on this memo. I know it's a lot of information.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And it's really an interesting memo, right? And I think there's some good tidbits in here. It's really interesting that kids in foster care are seeing a drop. So it would be really interesting to have a conversation with that division that works with those kids to find out how, where are our holes? What's going on here? What do you see on that side? And how do we improve that? And obviously the other, another one is IEP. You'd hope if they're on an IEP, you're going to see some improvement over time. And we're kind of seeing flat, it's obviously it's a very short 3-year period of time. And then I think, the thing we the hard nut to crack that's been the hard nut to crack forever is our Native American population. And how we can do a better job. Can we do a better job? What needs to be done there? And then how do we bring the tribes to the table to sit around here and talk about that issue? And I just think there's some really good stuff here. It's just, if it's a report, if we throw it on the shelf and we don't pay any attention to it and we let it go, these things will continue to slide. And some they're very difficult. Maybe there are no solutions, but if you don't try, you don't gain. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sommers, I think the challenge that we're finding is that you have the combination of some ongoing chronic issues with now a lot of those issues were magnified, or there's all new issues coming out of the pandemic. And so we wholeheartedly agree that this is not something that we can just file and then move on from, which is why we've sought the additional assistance using those federal relief funds to bring in, to have that additional analysis and have recommendations made to us on the best path forward.
I would say on the tribal issue, which is probably the more important one for us here in Wyoming on these various different populations, that my hope is that we will continue to explore opportunities there, and that sooner or later we'll find something that the tribes can enthusiastically get behind, because I think they might be able to do a better job than we can with some of the conventional systems. And one of the possibilities there would be charter school. I know, what was it, the Eastern Ute Reservation down in, in Colorado. Again, the local people took the initiative, and it looks very promising from what I saw. And any creative ideas anybody's got to something we can get the tribes involved in, because I think local involvement might be a real key in that.
Yeah, it's got to come.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, I want to go to Senator Ellis and then
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have printed off a few articles, but there was a new tribal charter school that opened recently in Colorado, and I sent the chairman a hard copy of it. I think it folds into this discussion. We've obviously got charter school, so I've been sitting on it a little bit because I don't want to confuse the two issues, but I do think that that's becoming an avenue for some tribes to kind of get through some of those barriers, look at what the state requires, and maybe have a conversation about what in that fits in their values and which other items maybe would be more beneficial. So I think there are some states out there working on really cool things. I'm happy to provide a link to the article to the WDE and to Chairman Scott. And then, I can put us in touch with the folks who open that if we're, as a committee, wanting to learn more. But I think that might be a good discussion to have with select tribal, if we have a meeting closer on the reservation. But again, I want to fix it all today, but I'm trying to be mindful that we're taking steps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to point out, I'm actually kind of thrilled by some of this data. I'm looking at page 6, and graduation rates are something that I'm concerned about. And when you look at the difference between 2010 and 2020, for example, for American Indian students, we're at 45% in 2010, and at 2020, we're up a whole 16 percentage points. That's an increase of a third. I mean, and that doesn't look like a blip. I mean, that looks like a nice steady increase. That's something that I think that those schools and teachers and principals should take a real pride in right there. And we should probably be asking them to be able to replicate it and get a few more percentage points. So even though as a demographic category, it's still at the lowest, the increase in the past decade is something I think that we should really notice. Similarly with table 1, each of those categories, for the most part, have increased by 10 percentage points or more, where overall it's only 2 points. So we're doing something good. And so I think that we should kind of take a look at that as well. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
These graduation rates, that's percent of what? Eighth grade students?
So
Census population, what?
Chairman Scott, it is a 4-year cohort graduation calculation method. So it is the percentage of students that entered 9th grade that graduated within 4 years or on-time graduation.
That figure has been abused in the past.
Correct. The data that I provided on graduation rate goes back to 2010 because that is when USAID mandated the standardization of the calculation of that graduation rate among states. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I know that this topic will be visited again, and so happy to move on to the NAPE presentation, which we were able to provide in your original packet. Gonna move much more quickly through a lot of these than I originally planned. So I'll just make sure everybody understands that NAPE stands for the National Assessment of Education Progress. It is required by federal law that every 2 years, grades 4 and 8 are tested in math and reading. But it is very important to note that this is not a census test like what YTOP is, where every student takes it. It is a sampling of students that are assessed. And so a lot of calculations are done, and that process is actually laid out on page 7 of the slides, where they go through sampling to make sure they have a representative sample, making sure that every student population, every state is represented. We only have state level results for reading, math, writing, and science. There are additional subjects that are sometimes assessed if Congress wants that information. But for the most part, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about NAEP is grade 4 math and reading. And every 2 years until the pandemic, we were supposed to have an administration in 2021, and that was delayed. And so I just want to make sure if we go to slide 11, that because it is a sampling, that means that there is variability among these scores. So it's closer to a poll of student performance than a full measure of student performance. However, it is done very well. And so there is a little bit of a margin of error. That means that we shouldn't be doing pure 1 through 50 state rankings. It's more accurate to say that Wyoming performs similar to a state or another state, or better than another state, or maybe worse than another state. So you'll see us talk about the data that way. And then it's also just worthy to note that NAEP regards itself as the North Star of assessment. And so it does set a very high bar. There is no doubt that if a student tests proficient on NAEP, they are absolutely proficient. So most states now model their assessment or aspire to assess their students to the bar that NAEP sets, if that makes sense. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Donkersgood to talk about our Wyoming NAEP results.
Mr. Chairman. Sorry, thank you. Bring that up. There was discussion, I think, in the Saratoga meeting about ability to measure change and stability of measures. If you want to measure change, don't change the measure, I think was the comment. I would emphasize with NAEP that looking at slides, beginning with slides 14 and the next 4 after that, where we look at NAEP trends of Wyoming's performance in the gold line, trend line over the years, and as compared to the national public average. These are very long trend lines. NAEP takes very great care in terms of providing stability of the measure over time, link in terms of their equating studies, in terms of keeping things stable, and they are very hesitant to change those trend lines. But overall, over these graphs, you can see that Wyoming in general at an aggregate level is above the national average. But I wanted to focus your attention on slide number 18, where we disaggregate those by the student groups, because not all the kids are above average in Wyoming, to use the Lake Wobegon kind of metaphor or analogy. In this slide, what we're looking at is color coding and looking at head-to-head comparisons of Wyoming results to their peer groups for student groups. So left to right, white students, students who are not in the free reduced lunch, Hispanic students, students who are on school lunch, and so on, IEP, and in the different areas. And what the picture that emerges, and if you take anything away from this presentation, I want you to know that in many ways, the student groups like Hispanics who are, or free and reduced lunch students, or even IEP students, who are often considered at risk or might be considered a drag on student performance in Wyoming, they actually outperform their peers elsewhere in the country. Our free reduced lunch students in grade 4 mathematics are outperforming their peers who are on school lunch program nationally. And you look at most of these graphs, it's those students who are helping to buoy up our overall aggregate performance as a state above the national average. I think it's an important point to take away. Moving on to state comparisons. If you go to slide number 21, again, we're looking at comparisons with states going back to 1992, where we can measure a head-to-head a comparison with other states, and there's like 2,300 comparisons. But what I would point out to you is, of that number, is only in 6% is Wyoming underperforming in comparison to another state. And in 60% of those comparisons, we're outperforming other states in terms of the percentages of our students who are performing at the NAEP basic and above level. And then 32% we're even with them. And so that's kind of if you follow that framework in coding, that's kind of the comparisons that we do for state to state comparisons. The next two graphs are just kind of a iteration or depict the same thing that's in slide number 21, but does it with graphically. I think just moving on then to regional comparisons in slide number 25. From left to right, you look at how Wyoming how we stack up in terms of our comparison with the states that are adjacent to or touching borders with Wyoming. So it's those 6 states for reading, grade 4, grade 8 reading, mathematics, and grade 8 mathematics. And you can see in the color coding, grade 4 is the star performer in terms of mathematics, where we're really outperforming our other states in our region. The next slide, number 26, is just kind of how we stack up, or how we look like in terms of Census Bureau locality codes, meaning urban versus rural. We're closest to Montana in terms of that makeup. But you can see that Colorado and Utah are almost like 180 degrees different in terms of their urbanicity, being 75% of their kids being in urban schools versus 25 in rural schools. It's just a flip, complete flip for where we are at and where Montana is at. And obviously that has implications for cost of education, delivering special ed types of services and transportation costs. Finally, the next set of slides get into, so if you're wanting to look at in terms of funding comparisons, how does Wyoming perform on NAEP with other states that are per capita costs roughly the same as what we're doing? I think the cost figure of around $15,000 per student came up. These are from federal sources. In the next slide, you can see that we have, we're really close to kind of a grouping of states in the Northeast US, along with Alaska is kind of these are the states that are really close to our spend per capita. The next set of slides, next 4 set of slides break down kind of again, using that same color coding comparisons and seeing how well we match up to those states that are where we're that are spending roughly the same as we are. The slide number 34 really is kind of a recap. And the takeaway from it is that in about 11% of those head-to-head matchups, and there was, I can't remember the total number of them, 344 comparisons. And 90% of them that we are performing as well or above comparison states in terms of per capita spending.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes.
If I can rephrase what you just said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. As it relates to our spending, we are performing at or better than 88% of those who spend about the same amount of money. Is that correct?
88% of the head-to-head, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, in terms of the total number of comparisons, 344 statistical tests were performed to a 95% confidence interval. In 89% of those, roughly, we perform as well as states like Massachusetts or Rhode Island or Vermont or New Hampshire, who spend roughly the same to us. Okay, and only in 11% is Wyoming underperforming statistically. In terms of that grade and content area comparison.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe this was a question that Representative Nyman had asked at one point very similarly to this. So that's why I wanted to rephrase that question. I think this, of all the materials I received, I think this was probably seriously the most critical portion. But my last question on this, when we look at that 11% that we're not performing, do you guys have, or can you provide us the same statistical data for the past 5 years? Can you show us that we've been improving or we've been decreasing over the past 5 years over those head-to-head challenges?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, in terms of a head-to-head comparison, I think they're included in terms of these slides 31 through 33. You can see which states who are performing higher than Wyoming in the comparisons. I can tell you in general, it often is Massachusetts is one of those states, tends to lead the country in terms of their NAEP performance, although we're starting to catch up with them a little bit in some cases. But I'm not sure if I'm tracking exactly your question. So I'd like you to, I'm sorry. I would enjoy that conversation. Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, I welcome the conversation.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I really appreciate this. It kind of solidifies what I've always thought, that we do pretty well. The Wyoming, our educational system is doing pretty well. The one question, I mean, really well, I think. Excellent. The one question I have is this is NAEP 4th and 8, right? And there's other NAEP. We don't participate in that, or isn't there like a science NAEP? Isn't there some other NAEPs out there? I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers. So grades 4 and 8 math and reading are the ones that happen every 2 years, no matter what, except we just found out pending a pandemic. There are additional NAEP assessments that are done at state levels. That science, that is typically done every 4 years. So we don't have the same trend data. But Congress has not always funded that on that 4-year timeline either. There are additional NAEP assessments as well that are done in other subjects, but those are only done, they only sample enough students to provide the national representative sample. So we don't have any Wyoming specific results for those, but Wyoming does contribute to that national sample in areas like civics, fine arts. There are all sorts of other, there's like 10 content area or subjects that they may do from time to time, but they don't fund to do enough of a representative sample in each state in all of those areas, only for math and reading every 2 years, and then science about every 4 years.
And then just one final question, Mr. Chairman. Can a school refuse to participate in NAEP? In other words, are we really looking at a sample of schools that are willing to participate, or are we looking at a sample of all schools in America?
I'll let Dr. Donkersgood answer that since he deals with that directly.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, the answer to your question would be no, it's not voluntary for schools and districts because they take Title I or federal monies. So this is part of their district's assurances in terms of taking those monies. I would add to that for students and for parents, it is completely voluntary. If a student doesn't want to answer a question, or if a parent simply does not want to have their student in, take the assessment, that is completely a voluntary decision.
Are we missing enough students that way?
Mr. Chairman, Wyoming has never missed in terms of participation threshold set by the federal government for reporting results. So no, basically, I believe I'd have to check that, but I believe it's at least 90% of the schools and 85% of the students. And we pass that, there's not, in terms of opt-outs or parents' refusals, that is not a problem, sir. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could just wrap up the analytical conclusions, the key points, I think, what I just described are just shown on slide number 35. And then in terms of what has happened in the in 2021 with the postponement of NAPE, just would say that very briefly, in the interest of time, that Wyoming did participate in monthly surveys through the spring, January through May. Wyoming, as Mr. Chairman, you pointed out, did lead the country kind of wire to wire from January to May in terms of in-classroom instruction. And then the results of those surveys and studies will be released sometime this fall and be made available publicly. So we have that to look forward to. We're on with NAPE 2022. Schools are being registered now and we're moving forward. With that, I would conclude my remarks. Welcome any other further questions, please.
Thank you very much. Very useful data. It's going to take us a little time. These a lot. I think the NAEP data is very widely expected.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where does the United States rate as far as developed countries?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman, it's a great question. We look at, there's a couple of assessments that I would bring to your attention, and they are the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA. This is an assessment that measures 15-year-old students, so it's not grade dependent, it's by their age. And it's much more in terms of its orientation and assessment. Again, it is a statistical sample. The United States does it. I would say we're upper third in terms of PISA results, depending on the content area that you were looking at, and the most, over the last few years. The other one, the assessment I would bring to your attention would be the TIMSS, which is the Trend in International Math and Science Studies. And I guess I would characterize roughly middle to upper third in terms of the results. I'm just going on memory, catching me a little bit cold with that, but we do have that. Those are US national samples. There are not state specific results. Mr. Chairman.
They're comparing to all countries and not just developed ones?
The PISA really does, Mr. Chairman, your question, the PISA study really does look at the 30 most industrialized economies. It does focus on that. The TIMS study is much broader, and I think there's about 120 countries that participate in TIMS.
And I would additionally refer you to the comments that our recalibration consultants made in the recalibration report as to the relative standing of the United States in terms of the adequacy of our education. And they were pretty harsh.
Were we right?
We do have a couple people in the waiting room. I don't believe, excuse me. I'm not sure that either of them want to provide public testimony. They haven't actually raised their hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your packet, you'll see a bill draft that LSO prepared. And Tanya and I did not coordinate on how we were going to tackle going over the bill. I know we've got Kari Eakins who once had prepared some information for us well. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know how you'd like to proceed in the order of testimony. I can tell you that we organized a call with the superintendents, and I want to thank Kevin Mitchell, who's in the audience. We had a group of about 5, I think, superintendents, WDE, Representative Connolly and Representative Larson and myself work the bill. So LSO did hand out some amendments, and those amendments need a little more tweaking, but we have a really good work product. I think we hashed through a lot of concerns. And so I'm eager to work the bill, but no, we also have some information that the WDE provided. So however you'd like to proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, excuse me. I think we need to talk about the WDE information briefly and then proceed to the bill and see if we want to incorporate the amendments. And then I'm going to look to you for guidance on whether the bill's ready to come to a final vote or not.
I'm prepared to do that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, WD.
Mr. Chairman, Kari Eakins from Wyoming Department of Education again. I did provide a brief memo. The committee had requested data regarding absenteeism and truancy at the July meeting in Saratoga. So the lone data set that the department collects on this topic is the EdFacts federal data. So I provided information. This is chronic absenteeism data. It's important to note that the department collects this information and then just sends it to the federal government, who then does the analysis of it. So the numbers that are before you are the numbers submitted by school districts of the number of students absent 10% or more school days during the school year. And I provided the last 5 years of that data. But yes, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I want to ask you a little about what the data, what we're actually getting here. Is it just students that are not present in class? How does it handle students absent by reason of illness? How does it handle students absent on school activities like athletics? How does it handle planned absences where the parents have gotten permission and gotten homework the kids have to do and that sort of thing, because I know you get all three of those issues. How are they consistently handled across this?
Mr. Chairman, you've just touched on a number of the reasons why our data team does not really like this data and why we don't really spend much time analyzing it as a department. There is no distinguish between excused and unexcused absences among this data set. An additional wrinkle to this data is the fact that in Wyoming, statutorily, once a student is absent for 10 consecutive days, they are dropped from enrollment. So there are some students that may not be included in here because they just drop. They may just drop the last month of school when they're basically chronically absent for that last month of school. They're dropped from enrollment. Those 10 days may not be enough. The statutorily required minimum number of school days is 175. So your standard point of number of absences for a student to be counted as chronically absent for this data set would be around 17, 18 days unless they have an alternative schedule. So there are a lot of reasons why the data in here may not be the most useful for making decisions regarding absenteeism and truancy, which is why we provided very little analysis of it and just really provided the raw numbers, Mr. Chairman.
Make us report this, that it's worthless.
Mr. Chairman, our staff has not found any usefulness for this data to this point.
Is there any way we can tell the feds to just forget it? That we think what they're asking for is not worthwhile? Or
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is federally required data set. There has not been until this interim request for the department to gather data in this area really either. When it comes to schools that are not meeting or partially meeting expectations, when we're working on their school improvement plans, then yes, we're looking at their absenteeism and truancy data. But based on whether or not they're on an alternative schedule, what grade configuration their schools are, just a lot of things about their community, there can be a lot of variances in that data as well. I don't know that there's really anything that the department could provide or collect at this time that would provide the insight that this committee is looking for at this time, which I know you don't want to hear, but as a department, we would rather not provide data than provide data that would lead to bad policy because it's not the data that's actually needed.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just to refresh everyone's memory, when travel relations looked at this a few years ago, we heard the same explanation. And so that was the reason we tackled the unexcused absence definition, was to try and weed out those absences where we really don't need to be worried that there's cases of neglect or things going on at the home. The whole effort of that was to try and start weeding out those kids so that we get better numbers. So these things really do all tie in together. I'm hopeful, and Ms. Akins can comment on this, but maybe if we get some consistencies on some of those definitions across the districts, hopefully see a reduction in some of these numbers.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, like I said, to my knowledge, this data does not even distinguish between excused and unexcused absence. It's just straight absence from the classroom. But moving forward, it would make it possible for us to collect data on that topic. Before that bill was passed last session, we didn't even really have enough of a good framework to feel that we could collect good data on it. So step one is fixing that framework. Now we are at the point where we could look at possibly presenting a baseline, but even if you do look at the data that was collected here, you can see great variant, the 2019-20, because of the pandemic, there was great variance there. And obviously the issue of why students are not in school became much more complicated because of COVID-19. So we are looking at potentially coming up on a time where if we wanted to figure out that good baseline, we are close to the point where we could collect that now, which is not where we want to be, but it is closer than we were before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what would be more helpful to me is a percentage of absenteeism as opposed to the raw numbers.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Newsom, that would have required staff time that we don't have to calculate right now.
enrollment data, you can compute that. If I thought the data were any good, I would do it, but I think it's worth my time. Okay. The proposed absentee truism bill 22 LSO 0103. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you want Ms. Heitrich to walk us through the bill?
Either you or Ms. Heitrich, I don't care which one of you wants to do it.
I'm certainly prepared to do that, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
Senator. Recall at your July meeting, you requested a bill resurrecting Senate File 15 from the 2020 session and instructed us to include the revisions from Senate File 68 as passed in the 2021 session. I'll just mention briefly that bill from the 2021 session required school districts to define unexcused absence and habitual truancy by rule and regulation under 21.3.110A Romanet 39. The largest modifications to this bill come in the form of the compulsory attendance provisions, but I'll go ahead and just walk through the bill beginning on page 2. On page 2, lines 12 through 14, you'll notice that the definition of neglect is clarified to include the educational neglect will include willful absenteeism as defined in the compulsory attendance statutes. This statutory reference 14.3.202 are the Child Protective Services. You might recall from the discussion in July that there was a concern about the interrelation of the Child Protective Services Act as well as the Child in Need of Supervisions Act and how those dovetail into the compulsory attendance requirements in the Education Code. On the bottom of page 2, lines 20, those statutes 14.6, 401 or 402, those are the CHINs, the Children in Needs of Supervision Act. And on page 3, line 3, you'll note a reference to the compulsory attendance statutes to conform that definition for child in need of supervision to refer to the compulsory attendance mandatory attendance requirements. On the bottom of page 3, lines 20 through 22, again, that's a conforming amendment within the CHIN statutes. I would note in Romanet 4, use of statute, there's a word missing there. It should say use of truancy statute. That was a staff oversight, and in any bill forwarded by the committee, that will be a conforming amendment that our staff will make. It doesn't require action. It was an oversight in drafting. Moving on to page 4, these are the bulk of the amendments. This is the compulsory attendance statutes in your Title 21 Education Code. You'll notice on page 4, lines 5 through 11, those are modifications to the term, the defined term unexcused absence. It now requires school districts to define that term pursuant to rule and regulation as noted previously in accordance with Senate File 68 from the 2021 session. Lines 13 through 21, this modifies the definition of habitual truant. Currently, the way the bill is drafted, it modifies it to include that anyone who reasonably disobeys a lawful demand for attendance is habitually truant and also refers to rules and regulations promulgated by the school district. I think that's an area that will be further discussed in a few moments. And then additionally adds a definition for willful absenteeism. You'll find that on the bottom of page 4, lines 22 through 23, and onto page 5, lines 1 through 4. Moving on through the bill, line 6 on page 5, this is the duty of attendance officers, and it modifies a conforming amendment on line 8 to refer to the rules that I have previously discussed, and also includes a reference on line 14 and 15 to habitual truancy and willful absenteeism as created or amended by this act. Moving on to page 5, lines 17 through 23, and also onto page 6, lines 1 through 10. These are the written notifications and the additional actions for the attendance officer after the initial written notice to the parent of unexcused absences. under the previously noted statutes, any continued absence rather than a second absence in violation of the compulsory attendance laws are then the attendance officer is then required to notify the district attorney, which is in a separate section 107. 105, this is the penalty provision for failure to comply with the compulsory attendance laws. You'll note on lines 19 through 22, there are some deletions that have taken place because of existing language that's been stricken. Previously, the penalty was for $5 or $25 and imprisonment of not more than 10 days in jail. That language has been stricken, and instead a penalty of $150 fine has been inserted. Moving on to page 7, this is the notice to the district attorney. Any instance where the school board determines that the child is habitually truant or is engaged in willful absenteeism, the school board is now required to notify the district attorney, who may, as opposed to shall, as it was in existing language, take action under the CHIN statutes, the Children in Need of Supervision, or under the Child Protection Act. You'll also note in addition on lines 12 through 17, this requires the district attorney to notify the child's tribe, who may initiate proceedings in the interest of a child if the child is defined as an Indian child under the Federal Indian Child Welfare Act. This act is effective July 1st of 2022, subject to your questions, Mr. Chairman.
No, Mr. Chairman, before we work the bill, I do know that I think I've been visiting with Kevin Mitchell from the Superintendent's Association and just would welcome public comment, but I have lots of comments once we start working the actual bill.
Microphone.
Public comment in a moment, but before we actually work the bill, can you give us a brief summary of why we need it and what the principal thing that it really does in your mind?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this bill, you'll recall, right now, our statutes don't do a good job of distinguishing who's at fault. Is it the child who is willfully skipping school, or is it the parent or guardian that's not getting their kid to school? And because we lack that clarity in who's at fault, it's really hard to hold the right party accountable. Right now, our statutes are really geared toward, even if a student's cutting school, the parents are subject to prosecution and a misdemeanor. So we looked at the definitions of habitual truant and willful absenteeism. This bill provides those clarifications. And then it also ties in the Child Protection Act and the Child in Need of Supervision Act in those critical understandings of what constitutes neglect. In the years that we've worked on this bill, we've heard that prosecutors really, the Child Protection Act and Child in Need of Supervision Act involve the Department of Family Services. So those tend to be the actions that we see most of the time. We'll talk about it a little bit more, but the penalty we also heard in surveying the districts a number of years ago was really ill-placed. I think most people can say or can understand that imprisoning a parent or guardian for 10 days doesn't necessarily help that student get to school. And then we've had a lot of conversations about what the appropriate amount of a fine might be. The bill you'll see in front of you has it set it up to $150, trying to give courts some discretion to understand the circumstance and see if it's a parent or guardian who's really struggling to get kids to school, maybe have a lesser penalty versus a parent who's being very willful, maybe a higher penalty. That said, we talked about the penalty provision. If we decide to work this bill, we do have some amendments to offer. And then the last thing that this bill does importantly is provide some guidance to school districts that have Indian children in their school population. Right now, I think there's a lot of confusion of whether or not, particularly in Fremont County, those kids should be sent to tribal court or referred to tribal court for prosecution, or if they are subject to state court proceedings. So we took, there's that sentence that you'll see on page 7 would still remain in effect, but we, through our working group, have an even further refinement if we decide to work this bill so that districts will know when to refer those cases to tribal court for tribal court proceedings. We brought this bill to the Select Committee on Tribal Relations last month. We did not take a lot of public testimony on it. However, Chairman Larson of that committee has been very diligent in reaching out to both councils. And we have spoken and relaying his message. I know he wanted to be here today, but he had a commitment in Cheyenne later this evening, so couldn't make it. He did get a commitment from the chairman of Eastern Shoshone that they support the bill. And we just heard today that the Northern Arapaho tribe supports this bill. We've sent letters formally to both tribes asking them for a formal letter of support. But the quick turnaround time, it's just been hard to get. So that is something we intend to get for the committee, but I do want to relay that both tribes today support the bill. I do think we're in a position to move on it today. And just appreciate everyone's time, and Representative Connolly brought some really great amendments to our working group. So when that time comes, we can talk about those.
Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if we could at least conceptually get the ideas behind it, what the amendments might be, because, if we have some pretty extensive amendments, especially, it seemed like to me that I love the bill. I'm totally in favor of it, but I want it to pass, and I want to make sure that we have everything in order by the time we bring it. And I'm just wondering if now is the time to work the bill, or if we want to wait until we put those amendments in and give time for public comment and see how that works out. But that's kind of where I'm coming from.
What I want to do is see if we've got some brief public comment, then go through the amendments, possibly adopt them, and then make a decision. We're going to vote on the bill today, or should we carry it over to November to see if we've got anything further. So with that, if it's all right with you, Mr. Co-Chairman, I'd like to call for any public comments. I believe we have one gentleman here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Kevin Mitchell. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of School Administrators, which is the superintendent organization. And working with Senator Ellis and Mr. Shaner from the Department of Education, we had 6 people, superintendents. So we tried to have small, medium, and large, and also representation from Fremont County. So we pretty much accomplished the group that we were trying to work with. And we spent about an hour and a half going through, close to 2 hours, going through this bill. And Representative Connolly was in attendance as well. It was very helpful. So I'm not sure what you want me to say now, because what I have comments on is what the amendments that you're going to be hearing about that our group supports. So in just general terms, we support the direction that this bill is going, and we support the amendments that are going to be proposed.
Let's ask you to sit right where you are, and we'll ask you to comment as appropriate as we go through the amendments. Is there anybody else here that wants to provide general public comment on this? Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, we do have one online.
Okay, put them on.
Mr. Brown has been admitted into the room.
Okay. Mr. Brown, if you can hear us.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Great, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to provide some brief comments about the bill. I was one of the ones that participated in the working group, and I thought it was very beneficial to talk through those issues. I think generally this bill does a great job at streamlining, clarifying some of the issues that superintendents and school attendance officers have to face when making determinations on attendance and truancy. From my perspective as the superintendent of Fremont County School District 38, which is located in Arapahoe, Wyoming, some of the language that potentially will appear in the bill clarifies the role that superintendents of school districts on the reservation with Indian children have as an obligation. So right now, statutorily, there's no provision for superintendents like myself, to have proper guidance on what to do when a student is considered truant. So typically in statutes, we are required to refer that to the district or the county attorney. But because we are on the reservation and most of our students are tribal members of a tribe, the jurisdiction, I think no one contends that it's any different than going through the tribal court. So in the past, that's what school districts on the reservation have done. And so far as even developing a working group with the tribal courts and tribal officials to really make sure that our tribal students have that avenue and are receiving that attention in the tribal court. So in addition of language to this bill that would clarify that for us and really allow us to continue that course without feeling like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place statutorily would be great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, I'm just hoping that you can stay on for the portion where we work the bill, because there's a new sentence that wasn't talked about at the meeting that is different than what was talked about at the meeting, which was at that point a Representative Larson amendment that was pretty extensive. Instead, there's now one sentence, and I'd like to make sure that that one sentence is acceptable to you. It seems okay to me, but I'd like to just check with you. So if you could please stay on, I'd very much appreciate it.
Sure. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can stick around.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay. Sandra Ellis, proceed. Do you wish to move the amendment? We'll go right through it.
Do we need to move the bill, Mr. Chairman? Move bill?
If you want to, we can do the amendment without moving the bill.
Okay, well, how about I'll explain the amendment then, Mr. Chairman. So what you'll have before you, we've just handed out and I emailed the committee what a kind of red line version of this would look like. So you have a PDF in your email if you haven't looked at it already. But if you look at the amendment as LSO has prepared it, look at lines 1 through 25. And here I would direct you to first look at page 4 of the draft bill. Under the definition of habitual truant, you'll see that right now we have a proposed language saying that habitual truant means any child who disobeys reasonable and lawful demands of the child's parent, guardian, custodian, or other proper authority to attend school if required to do so under a compulsory statutes and as defined in the rules of the local school board. So what these lines would do of the amendment would delete on page 4, line 17, starting with the word and as, delete line 18 and delete 19. And this was an amendment suggested by Representative Connolly. Rather than having two definitions that could be competing, instead of asking the districts to define their own or create their own definition of habitual truant, we would just instruct the statute that as we have it written here. So there's no ambiguity that this is the definition. So along those lines, if you look at your amendment, you'll see we would make a change to 21-3-110 under duties of the school board, paragraph A, Romanet 29. We would just simply say that the districts no longer have to define habitual truancy and unexcused absences. They would just define unexcused absence. So the lines 1 through 25 all kind of tie in together under that concept. I think, I don't know how you want to proceed, but that's step 1 of what this bill would do. Do you want me to continue on or have discussion on that one point?
Let's see if there's any discussion on that one point. Seeing none, proceed.
Okay, so moving on, page 5, line 1, you're going to see the words stricken all of. This was again a Connolly suggestion, so that I think it's just a wordsmithing, so it's clear. Then moving on to page 6, line 17. Starting on line 17, this is where we talk about the penalties, and we really think that this could be a poison pill for the bill, just because we can't seem to land on an agreement of what the proper penalty amount is. So rather than go down that route, I would actually instruct you not to look at the language you see so much on your draft amendment. But the concept would be, instead of having an amendment that says they shall be fined a certain amount, we would change it to say, starting on line 17, if a parent fails to comply with the provisions of this article, they may be subject to proceedings as provided in the Child Protection Act, which is Wyoming statute 14-3-401 at SEEK, and the Child in Need or the Child in Need of Supervision Act, which is 14-6-401 at SEEK, or both as appropriate. And so that would be a conforming amendment relying on those proceedings that are outlined in those parts of the statute rather than a separate penalty in this section.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I heard somebody who was.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I have your handout, right? And that's not tracking with me.
So, Mr. Chairman, initially, we were running a little bit out of time, I think, during our call. Representative Connolly suggested 14-3-438. I looked at the whole statute and that actually deals with contempt of court. And so I think you need like all of the proceedings when you look at what that is. And then in addition to that, just as a catch today, both, you'll see it again on page 7. We talk in the bill about the Child in Need of Supervision Act on line 11 and the Child Protection Act on 12. So that's not in your written, that's a suggestion for us to discuss today.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I heard you say may, but what I read in this bill is a shall, and there's no may in the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, that was a last minute change that I would offer again to the committee. I think we should probably change that to a may versus a shall, or keep it as a shall. That's a further point of clarification we could have in this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that this was a biggie for me, is honestly kind of going back up to what's the purpose? What is it that we're doing? And what's the problem and what's the solution? How does this bill kind of address what the problem is? If you go way back up, what we want is to get kids to go to school, because we know if they go to school, they're going to be more successful. And then what are some of the problems? And we were hearing from soups and principals for years that they couldn't use our statutes when it came to kind of our compulsory attendance laws, right? And then we heard a whole lot more about what it is that we could be doing, right? But our statutes weren't working. So let's clean up our statutes. The way that this bill is now written, it really addresses one tiny component. And that tiny component is when parents aren't sending their kids to school. Pretty much. That's the tiny component. And the solution is to get them help. And it's to get them help through the Department of Family Services, right? If you go down the road and parents are not kind of accepting the help, kids still aren't going to school, you might end up with a child in need of supervision, right? That's the path that this bill is taking. We don't need a penalty section in here that says that a parent who doesn't send their kid to school, it's $5, $150, imprisonment. We don't need that anymore. We're going to provide the help through DFS and possibly CHINs. So to me, it's really important that what we put in this section is accurate. Off the top of my head at that meeting, I found a DFS 438, right? That was a contempt of court, if you want to call it that. Okay, Senator Ellis contacted me yesterday and said, you know what, I think it might be better to go with what we see right here was 14.3.401. Now we're hearing it might be 401 or 406. I don't want to put something in this bill or pass this bill right now if it isn't correct. So this is my question, and I'm turning to staff to ask, have we put the time in to assure that we're getting to that end result of honestly getting parents who aren't sending their kids to school, as identified by an attendance officer, the help that they may need through DFS. And then if there is willful lack of compliance, it might go to whatever happens in a CHINS proceeding. And if not, if the answer is, you know what, I need another day or two, fine, let's wait and pass this bill next meeting. But I want to make sure that what Senator Ellis gave you as the penalty is the absolute correct citations for us to be using. That's my question for you,
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I think Senator Ellis can speak to this, but she has an additional amendment to that provision that would refer to 107. I have not independently verified this this particular reference. So I think perhaps Senator Ellis has some additional information on that.
Senator Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, I don't want to get penalized for trying to come prepared and having a tweak in here. When Representative Connolly came up with 438, it wasn't enough of the statute. It was a discrete part of if a parent had been not following court orders, then all of a sudden there was a fine and a penalty, which wouldn't have been applicable broadly. This was really an attempt to just read the fact that on page 7, I'm trying to cross-reference it all. On page 7, lines 11 and 12, we reference the Child in Need of Supervision Act or the Protection Act. This is where we're telling the attendance officer who to notify. And there we're like letting the district attorney who may initiate proceedings in the interest of the child, either under CHINS or Child Protection Act as appropriate. So really, it's an attempt to tie it all together broadly. Another alternative we discussed was deleting or repealing this section entirely, which if that's going to be the holdup today, I'd almost say we'd rather do that. But really, that was the intent. There's nothing malicious. It's really in my view, it was a conforming amendment because we reference it both on page 7, 107, and then here in 105.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do think that the alternative could be that we just delete this section because honestly, I think Senator Ellis is correct that the logical consequence of this bill would be implicating Title 14. And that once a parent is in Title 14, you don't need to have referenced Title 14 here.
Yeah.
So we don't need it. And I don't like the penalty section.
Yeah.
And so we could just get rid of it.
So committee, I mean, I think that's the question we bring to you. We debated this amongst ourselves and we talked about, do we delete this or repeal this entirely, or do we try and cross-reference it? I think there was some preference on my part of just, if you're in this compulsory attendance statute, that there'd be some acknowledgement that there's a penalty for not getting your kid to school. And that penalty might be Child Protection Act proceedings or CHINS proceedings. At the end of the day, I think 107 probably accomplishes that. So I think we're in the right path. I think we've got two good options.
I'm going to recommend that we see about vote this amendment up or vote it down as a separate piece. But if we were to put it in, then it's a simple amendment during session. If the proves that the reference is not quite correct or something a little broader is needed, we could take it out then. But I think it's best to have it in as it comes from the committee. And then we can just, each house can look at it as it goes through and see. I think there will be some demand for some kind of penalty.
Mr. Chairman. Maybe this is for the LSO, but procedurally, I don't think we can pass an amendment if the bill itself has not been moved. Is that correct?
The bill has not been moved. My understanding is that the amendment is being discussed by the committee at this point, but is not a vote as to amend the bill with Senator Ellis's proposed amendment. The bill's not been moved.
We have,
Mr. Chairman, you can have a motion to adopt the amendment to be included in the bill, or how does that work? Because this is old school ag teacher parliamentary procedure, not Mason's, but in my world, you couldn't amend a bill until after the bill had been moved.
I've had 30 years of practice amending bills before they're moved.
Is it legal?
Sure, it's all over our statutes at this point. It doesn't make a lot of difference. If it makes you happy to move it, you can move it. I don't think there'd be any problem getting a motion to move the bill.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you moved it, then I think you'd have to table it, the motion until final consideration at the next meeting. I just don't know whether a motion is in order at this particular time.
I think the motion is in order. We'll proceed, and then I think we have a decision. Do we want to move the bill and deal with it this time, or do we want to do that next time? Okay.
I don't think it's ready for prime time, but
Would you like me to finish explaining the last
Yeah.
piece of some of the changes?
Okay.
On page 7, getting off of the penalty, this is the notice to the district attorneys. So on line 5, instead of saying, when the Board of Trustees or any school district determines that a child is a habitual truant or willful absenteeism, then they shall notify the district attorney. We visited with the superintendents and wanted to make some clarifications. That isn't really how it happens in practice. School boards meet, in my district, they meet every other week. In some districts, they meet fewer than that. And so you don't want to wait until a school board meets to refer that. So what we changed this language to say is starting on line 5, when the attendance officer of any school district determines that a child is a habitual truant or has been, and this instead of engaged in willful absenteeism, we want to say been absent due to willful absenteeism. The engaged means like the child's being involved in it actively, and that's not the case. Been absent due to willful absenteeism, as defined by this article, to strike board or its attendance officer, it would be the attendance officer shall notify the board and the district attorney who may initiate proceedings in the interest of the child in need of supervision act or the Child Protection Act as appropriate. We would leave that language in there about if the child is an Indian child as defined in the Indian Child Welfare Act, the district attorney shall notify the child's tribe and may initiate proceedings in the interest of the child if it's authorized to do so under state and federal law. This requirement, you'll recall, is compliant with federal law. Anytime you have a proceeding where a student or an Indian child could be involved in proceedings that could result in like a termination of parental rights, it is the Indian Child Welfare Act requires that the child's tribe be notified so that they can intervene in the case. We added an additional, talked about this as well, and Representative Larson and I bounced this back and forth, and I believe this is the language he presented to Chairman Sinclair and the Northern Arapaho child was, if the Indian child resides on the Wind River Indian Reservation, the attendance officer shall notify the Wind River Tribal Court prosecutor. And so you'll see the language there. So that they may initiate proceedings pursuant to applicable tribal law and order codes. And so that's not a policy preference, that's the jurisdiction that's how jurisdiction should work. When you have an Indian child who resides on an Indian reservation, then that tribal court has jurisdiction. The reason that this language is important is I think there's a lot of confusion about who the attendance officer should notify. Should it be the district attorney for the state, or should it be the tribal prosecutor for the tribe? So this would make it clear who has the jurisdiction, so there'd be no ambiguity.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So there is a tribal courts prosecutors.
Correct.
Is that a statute or what is that?
It's in the tribal, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, it's in the Wind River Tribal Law and Order Code.
Senator Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm hoping that the good superintendent could get back on again. This is that additional sentence that is different than what we talked about at the meeting last week. Last week, Representative Larson came in with 2 additional paragraphs that he was going to vet with the tribes. Instead, we now have 1 sentence. Again, the sentence looks good to me, but I'd like for you, Mr. Superintendent, to take a look at that sentence and to make sure it works for you.
LSO, can we get him back?
Mr. Chairman, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative McConnelly. Yes, I think that that language clears it up. And certainly make sure that in statutes, there's some clarity on the responsibilities and the authority of the superintendents on the reservation or the attendance officers. So I do think that it does its job there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
procedurally, just to let you know, after we got off our call on Friday, I immediately started tracking the changes into this bill draft. I looked at the language that Representative Larson had, and the first concept is already covered here. So that was the first paragraph. So it was really adding that second paragraph, that second sentence concept. We visited about this extensively. We were both reading the Indian Child Welfare Act, guidance on BIA, spent that time together. I sent him this, what you got that Friday afternoon. My understanding is this is what he took to the tribal councils to seek their approval. So there, I mean, there's no attempt on that part to do anything last minute. I believe this is what was sent out.
Mr. Chairman, and this is just me being completely naive on tribal law, so please forgive me. If I look at line 43 here, of the amendment, we go into talking about notifying the Wind River Tribal Courts prosecutor and the tribal courts prosecutor. But if I read this into the bill, it also says the district attorney still has the opportunity to prosecute as well. Am I reading that right? So I guess what I'm looking at is this, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just asking for clarification. Does this come into a double jeopardy situation that they can be tried by two different courts at the same time? What kind of conflict does that create? I'm just curious on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So double jeopardy only happens for crimes, the same crime in the same jurisdiction. So you could be charged by a state court and a federal court for committing a violation. In this context, it's really one or the other. You either are in a state court proceeding or a tribal court proceeding. That's, I think, what we're trying to get to. And this language acknowledges that we recognize that the tribes have sovereign jurisdiction. So I don't think it creates that double.
Okay, committee, as I see the question before us, we can, if we're comfortable with the amendment, we can put it in the bill. And if we do that, the question I've got for the committee is, are you ready to vote on it today, or do you want to carry it over, get it incorporated in the bill, make sure that nobody has problems with it, and vote on it at the November meeting? What's your preference?
November meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I prefer to move it today and work it and be done with it today. So we have more, free up some time on our agenda in November.
Okay, we are going to have time trouble on our November agenda. I can guarantee you that. How strongly do you guys feel about wanting to carry it over to November? Very.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd say if it's thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd say if it's to that point that we're that divided on this, if the bringer of the bill wishes to bring it forward, have her make the motion, see if it seconds and see if it passes. If that's the gamble that's being requested, I think that's basically where we're at. And if it doesn't, we can have the bringer bring it individually.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I totally trust the good senator on those sites, but when you start citing stuff in the bill, and if you're going to go from shall to may, I've got to track it out to understand it. And I'm not going to be able to do that in this limited time right now. So I would rather see the bill, have a good understanding of it before I vote on it. I totally think we're going to be okay on this. I don't think it's going to take time. I just got to look at it.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we have LSO bring another working draft to the next meeting that incorporate the amendments that are set forth here. So we have a new working draft that we can look at. The only question I think that there's discrepancy on is this penalty provision. I would like some guidance from the committee, though, on how to direct LSO to draft that section. And I'll tell you, I don't have a preference on that.
I would ask, if it's all right with the committee, that we draft it as was proposed here with the reference to Title 14, because I think that's an easy thing to change if we want to. And it'll have it in front of us then.
Mr. Chairman, both sites of Title 14 instead of just the one. right?
Okay,
Is that correct?
That make-
I'm kind
that
of
makes
asking
sense.
Senator Ellis, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, I tracked this all in, whatever your eyes need to see to make you feel extra comfortable. I want to get you a down comforter and a pillow comfortable with this.
Thank you.
So whatever you need,
Just
I'm
wanted to see-
comfortable
I
with
wanna
it
see
now,
the
but
verbiage that's going to be in the bill.
let's try it with signing both of those. It's the chins and the,
Mr. Chairman, we might want to hear from LSO. She's got her-
okay.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis noted this, but in 107, you refer to both of those in name, but not by statutory number. And so it would be my recommendation that also in 105, you refer to them in name rather than statutory reference so that the two are consistent references.
Is that acceptable?
I think we could do that today, honestly.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do it that way. And then we'll see the whole thing together. Okay, committee?
Mr. Chairman, just one other clarification from the good senator. So Senator Ellis, what about the may and the shall, and where are you at on that, and kind of highlight the differences of what you would envision there? And I don't care how you go on that. I just want to know what the implications are either way.
Mr. Chairman, on page 7, line 9, we changed the shall to a may, making it discretionary. So the may to a shall on page 6, line 17, was an attempt to make that a conforming.
So just a quick question, Mr. Chairman, on that piece.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, then in 21-407, we have a section that kind of gets into the nitty gritty. And if we have may be, but this is on page 7, is that a shall? I just want to make sure we're not conflicting two pieces of statute.
Mr. Chairman, might I recommend that LSO draft it with a may? That way we can see a line. And then maybe we can do a little more research between now and November on the may shall, but that would have highlighted, or you could put a staff note. I've spent hours, and again, I appreciate Representative Connolly spending hours with me doing this. I need the committee's help, so I would love help bird dogging some of these issues. I can't keep taking time out of my practice to work on this.
So are we clear on the guidance on this for you?
I think I have our drafting instructions for the next meeting for this bill.
Okay. Committee, we ready to vote on putting it in, carrying it next session and to the next meeting. Question on the motion then. Everybody understand the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. And it'll be on the agenda for November, but let's try to do it very expeditiously. Okay, that takes care of that. The final item is where we're coming on the negotiations with the feds, State Department of Education on the stimulus money. Where do we stand?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Trent Carroll. I'm the WDE Chief Operations Officer. And with me today is Shelley Hamill, our Chief Academic Officer. And we just wanted to give you a brief update on where we are with the ARP ESSER funds, some of the subsequent events from the last meeting. Mr. Chairman, we have continued the dialogue with the U.S. Department of Education. we had several questions that we really needed to get answers on before we could calculate our maintenance of equity. And also our maintenance of effort. There were some questions on that as well. And so really between the period of around May 17th to the first week of August, we were waiting for that information. And on August 6th, we received a response in the form of a letter to the governor, as well as an updated FAQ document from the U.S. Department of Education that went out to every state that answered a couple of our questions. And the first question that they did address was the question of whether or not we could include both the state and local funding for the maintenance of effort and maintenance of equity calculations. So that was a key piece of information that we needed. And then subsequent to that, they have also somewhat addressed our second primary question, which was what are the consequences if we have a maintenance of equity violation? We didn't know how that would be viewed by the U.S. Department of Education. Would the entire amount of the award be conditioned on compliance with the MOEQ, or would the penalty be assessed in a way that was just proportionate to the amount of the violation? And so they didn't answer that question specifically, but what they did was they pointed to historical practice and cited some federal law that really pertains more to unallowable costs and assessing a violation in that regard, which they have handled historically on a proportionate basis to the harm to the federal award, as they worded it. So those were a couple of key pieces of information. When we received that updated guidance, based on the flexibility that they included in the FAQ document, we were able to run the calculations for the maintenance of equity in a few different ways to figure out what would be the most beneficial to the state of Wyoming. And just want to share some appreciation for LSO staff kind of working through some of those numbers as well and comparing calculations to make sure that we were both tracking everything similarly. And so we have honed in on the potential issue that we see for FY22 for maintenance of equity. And we've communicated that to the governor's office, and they are currently reviewing that information. And I expect we will have a conversation with them very soon about next steps. So I'll just stop there and see if there are any questions from the committee, on anything that I just provided.
So we have not yet accepted the money. Is the department recommending that we do or we don't? Can you tell us what the magnitude of the problem is?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Scott. You are correct. We have not, state has not officially accepted the funds through the B11 process. That is up to the governor to make that final decision. And so that's kind of where we are right now. We have provided the information to the governor's office in terms of what that potential violation looks like. We're calculating it for FY22 at just over $8 million. And that number is pretty close to what LSO came up with. We were within, I think, $30,000 of those calculations.
And Mr. Chairman, is that maintenance of equity? That's the maintenance of equity, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that is correct. That is the maintenance of equity calculation for FY22.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. And Mr. Chairman, so, depending on, our October Craig and how oil goes, we could have a maintenance of effort issue as well in 2023. That's my understanding, potentially.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we can predict the future. I do know that with the maintenance of effort calculation, we are in much better shape there. And I don't have exact numbers on this, but I've heard that some of the changes in funding due to the ARP funds that the governor's office has received, and using some of that in ways around the state will actually help our maintenance of effort calculation considerably. And I don't have the exact numbers on that, but the way that the maintenance of effort calculation works for FY22 and FY23, it's a proportional comparison of education spending relative to the rest of the state spending. And so anytime we can reduce those state funding categories outside of education, that's favorable for that calculation, meaning that education would represent a bigger percentage of the total state spend. So Representative Summers, I don't know for sure what FY23 looks like, but from our analysis, we're not as concerned about maintenance of effort for FY22 or 23, barring anything drastic that happens before FY23.
So when I asked a staff member, an LSO member, this was what I was given the increase in energy commodity prices and changes to payment structure under the F60, remember the bill, to monthly ad valorem taxes. It seems plausible Wyoming could face MOE effort challenges in 2023.
And Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, yeah, I agree with that. I think the big unknown right now, at least from my perspective, is what does the other state spending look like? And are we able to continue to leverage our funds in other state categories to buffer against some of that change? I don't know, and maybe LSO can chime in on their analysis on that for FY23. I can really only speak to FY22, and from what I've heard, things are looking fine for maintenance of effort for FY22. FY23, the further out you go in the future, of course, the more uncertainty comes into play.
And Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up. Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so that leads me to the question of a waiver process. Has there been any discussion on and maybe I missed that when you were presenting, but has there been any discussion about a waiver process? And, you don't want to obligate yourself when you don't know what you're obligating to. And is there a way to get a waiver because of the way, we have the most equitable funding system in the nation, and to be penalized for that seems like we should be fair game for a waiver, but is there any kind of process like that being outlined?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, great question. And I agree with some of your comments. There really isn't a waiver provision for the maintenance of equity. There is a waiver provision for maintenance of effort. And if we need to leverage that provision, we plan to. But unfortunately for the maintenance of equity, there isn't a waiver provision, which is, it's interesting the way that the federal law is laid out. There is a provision for the LEA maintenance of equity, but not for the state maintenance of equity. And so that's really a limiting factor for any kind of a violation we have with maintenance of equity.
To me that, 8 million maintenance of equity, we can deal with that. You don't hold up 270, or is it 300 million total over a possible dispute over 8 million. We can go ahead and do that and take our chances. The maintenance of effort, if that issue involves federal control over all our other spending, that is way above the pay grade of the Education Committee. That's a decision the governor is going to have to make, looking at a number of factors, including potential litigation, where you may get a number of states involved, where we may or may not have add strength to a particular case. And that's something you ought to talk with our legislative leadership about. But it's way above what I think we can deal with here as an Education Committee. That there does appear to me to be some effort on the part of the federal government just to turn the state government into federal vassals, and just a vehicle to implement what they can't get done necessarily in Congress. And that's a much more fundamental issue. I don't know what we can add to that discussion. But it's, I think one the governor and the leadership are going to need to have. And that's a very serious decision because they are essentially trying to destroy the state governments, and you've got some Supreme Court precedents that limit how far they can go that way. So I think that one's above our pay grade. Representative Brown, did you want to add anything to that? Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
also, Matt.
Mr. Carroll, I don't think he touched on this, but I think it's worth consideration that of the $8 million, 80% of that is isolated in 4 school districts. And those 4 school districts receive significant funding, increased funding for this school year compared to last school year due to distance education students or virtual education students. And so the U.S. Department of Education is aware of that nuance in that their per pupil funding doesn't increase in the same marginal amount as they did prior to those increased virtual education students. So I know the Department of Education and the U.S. Department of Education, the governor's office are working through those nuances. So I just wanted to, to quantify of the 8 million, only 4 school districts make up 80% of that amount. And so I just wanted to provide a little bit more context to that.
Need legislation dealing with that particular problem with those school districts, that if it can be ready in time, we would take it up in November if asked to. If they're not ready in time, tell them if need be, come to the chairman of the committee, and we can do it if we have to. But that depends on how they want to handle that.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I think from the departments in the governor's office standpoint is they're continuing that conversation on the maintenance of equity calculations. And I think the U.S. Department of Education is sensitive to this issue, and they're working through their guidance back to the state on how to address those situations.
Okay, so we may be fine and we may not be. Okay. Committee? Okay. Thank you all very much. That's informative. We understand where we're at now.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, so the WDE did get some of that money, right? So you got like 30 million or whatever, or not. Did you get your share of that money?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, we have not received any of the ARP ESSER funds.
Okay.
The governor has not signed off on the B11 for any of that funding. We do have the ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 funds, those earlier iterations.
Mr. Chairman, I just know there was 30 million, right? I mean, you could carve off a certain percentage of the ESSER 3, and I didn't know if that had been done and sent to you or not. Thank you.
With that, committee, I'll remind the committee that you all are invited to come up to see the career and technical education people at the Pathway Center. That building has had some controversies. May be worth your while to see what it's all about up there. So remind you of that. You've got the map. It's pretty foolproof getting there, I think. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, is that right?
That's it.
Committee, also